Mic check. Bernier. Bernier. Chair Bernier. Bernier.
I'll have to just like touch it, yeah. Mic check, 1, 2.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Let's call the meeting to order. The Senate Committee on Elections, Election Process Reform, and Ethics is called to order. Everyone, please silence your phones. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Bernier,
Here.
Senator Darling, Senator Strobel, here. Senator Smith,
Here.
Senator Royce.
Here. Okay, a quorum is present. Bear in mind that there's many committee meetings coming and going, so some members may have to step out briefly, or some will be joining us later. So as a reminder, this session is broadcast online. In addition, I think Wisconsin Eye is here. So we all have to be on our best behavior. Since this committee uses paperless registration, any members of the public or legislators wishing to speak on an item or to register in favor or opposition should use the tablets near the door to register. Today, we'll have a public hearing on 4 bills. The first today is Senate Bill 207 relating to private resources used for election administration, appointment of election officials, and providing penalty. As witnesses, we'll have the author, Senator Strobel, and I believe his colleague from the Assembly, Representative Nalen. Nailed it. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks for this opportunity. Appreciate it. So good afternoon.
Hold on just a second. I think we need to turn you on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last year, out-of-state billionaires attempted to buy and bully their way into election administration in Wisconsin. SB 207 ensures that will not happen again. Wisconsin elections will be subject to a massive spending campaign that blurs the line between impartial election administration and partisan political operation. State law carefully regulates how political campaigns and non-candidate groups spend money, advocating for issues, supporting their preferred candidate, and engaging in political speech. There is no similar regulation for private funds awarded under contract to government entities responsible for administering and conducting our elections. Last year, out-of-state special interest groups gave $6.3 million to just 5 Wisconsin cities for the ostensible purpose of helping conduct elections in a COVID-19 environment. What we have since learned is that those grants came with significant strings attached. They were not an altruistic blank check donation. Rather, the contracts that accompanied the money spelled out specific benchmarks that municipalities had to meet, or they would risk having to pay back that money. Among the various requirements was close collaboration with partisan staff employed by a handful of nonprofit organizations that advocate for explicit public policy goals. In Green Bay, for example, overtly partisan activists employed by out-of-state special interests ran roughshod over a municipal clerk who was doing her best to administer the November 2020 election. According to news reports, that clerk subsequently resigned after Green Bay Mayor Eric Genrich refused to stand up for her and her staff. Emails released in investigative reports show the political operatives trying to interfere with the review of absentee ballot certificates, control access to a central count facility, establish internet networks and protocols for a central count facility, and establish procedures for handling and counting ballots. State law vests sole responsibility for overseeing a central count facility in a municipal clerk or an election official designated by the clerk. It further declares that polling locations it is the duty of the chief election inspector to handle questions of process and compliance with state law. Nowhere does the statute authorize partisan operatives to supersede or otherwise pressure election officials. It is unfortunate that outside money facilitated this kind of egregious and potentially illegal behavior in our state. A review of the grants distributed by the Center for Tech and Civic Life here in Wisconsin found that they had a partisan impact on voter turnout. Given the extraordinary concentration of these funds in urban areas and the relative absence of these funds in rural areas, that outcome is perhaps not surprising. It also echoes findings in a similar report on CTCL funds in Arizona. In that state, researchers found a partisan impact on voting patterns after the group poured millions of dollars into select geographic areas. SB 207 ensures that any future grant or donation of money to support election operations in Wisconsin is distributed statewide on a per capita basis. This ends the favoritism that results in partisan impacts on election administration. If a grant or donation was offered to a municipality or county under the bill, they would be required to reject it. However, the money could be donated to the Elections Commission, who could then oversee the per capita distribution of that money. The proposed amendment clarifies that no municipality or county may enter into a contract for election administration that transfers responsibility for election administration to a person or entity not designated as such in state statute. Further, the amendment prohibits conditional grants or donations to the Election Commission. Thanks for your time today, and I'll turn it over to Representative Nayland.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Strobel. I couldn't have said it better myself. I do have a written testimony, but it reiterates a lot of the same points that Senator Strobel has made. So I'll leave it at that and just say that I really feel that this is an important election bill because it will bring more fairness into the process. What we saw in Green Bay, where outside groups were able to provide money and then actually influence the election by taking over the administration, bullying the clerk to the point that she resigned and filed a complaint, and then disregarding certain laws that we have in the state of Wisconsin, whether they are not, they were attempting to violate them. It might just because they didn't understand our laws. And that just shows the problem right there, that people from outside of the state are coming in to try to manage these elections when we have clerks, we have a system in place, and we need to make sure that we're upholding these rules and making sure that these elections are fair and that there's accountability and that the people trust and believe that our election process is fair in the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Senator Smith, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate you all being here today. And I just want to, I have some real concerns about this bill. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the fact that this seems to be just zeroed in on one community, and maybe a couple communities, when in fact 200 plus communities received these grants in Wisconsin. And they were grants that gave them some opportunities for staffing, PPE, mailing absentee ballots, equipment that they needed, election equipment, drop boxes, polling location rental, and cleaning expenses, all because of the pandemic. And all because this legislature didn't do anything for almost 300 days throughout last year when the communities needed them the most. And some of those communities included places like the city of Waukesha. You're not talking about that. The city of Altoona, the village of Edgar, the town of Calumet, town of Greenbush, the village of Campbellsport. These are all communities within your own districts, but you're not talking about those. You're focusing on one community that has gotten headlines and once again seems to be all about casting doubt on our system and democracy, which I find very dangerous. So my question is, if they had not gotten this support from private donations, and where would they have gotten the ability to hold those elections last year when things were in such a disarray and the legislature was sitting on its hands?
Sure.
Senator Strobel, you may answer
Be
that.
happy to reply. Well, first off, this bill is about fairness, and it certainly wasn't fair. As I had indicated, there were 5 communities that got, millions of dollars. Now, granted, several months later, after they got the big payday, there was small amounts doled out to another approximately 200 communities. Nothing that comes anywhere near the amount that was paid out to these 5 communities where there happen to be very partisan strongholds. But we do have over 1,800 municipalities in the state of Wisconsin. 5 got almost all of it. 200 got, peanuts. So if you want to talk along those lines, there were probably another 1,600 communities or municipalities that got nothing in this process. It's the job of our municipalities to conduct elections. If there's anything they're supposed to do well, it certainly is supposed to be that. And, we have certainly seen now that there's been a lot of federal money coming to many of our governmental entities throughout the state. And I'm not sure when they started getting it, but, certainly a lot of budgets are getting a lot of help right now. So maybe that might have been a concern. It certainly isn't now. But again, this is about fairness. This isn't about stacking the deck. And again, when you talk about these other communities, it was nothing in regards to the millions of dollars that was given to these 5 key communities selected for very specific reasons.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Senator Strobel, I just have one, and it was brought to my attention by numerous people that if you have a special interest that is looking to fund elections and have influence within the state, one of the major functions of government, the major function, is to hold democratic and clean and fair and elections that have high integrity. And so would you think that even the ability for a organization to come in and fund even through the Wisconsin Election Commission still have undue influence throughout the state just by us accepting funds through the state level?
I think that's a reasonable argument. I do believe that this is still a way to allow someone to contribute, should they choose to contribute, but it certainly cements in statute that is going to be an equal distribution on a per capita basis statewide. But again, I understand your point, and I don't necessarily, wouldn't argue with it necessarily, but I think that this is a way to still allow that ability, but see that it's not tilted in any one direction or another.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I just want to add that there seems to be precedent out there to treat money as free speech. And if someone's free speech is to want to invest in elections in the state of Wisconsin, then there needs to be a way to do that, but in a fair and equitable way, and make sure that it's not influencing the administration of elections, or it's not skewing towards one community versus another, or trying to target certain political groups. It should flow evenly and be distributed fairly throughout the state of Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. Anyone else? Hearing none?
I have another question, if you don't mind.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Because after conversation with Ledge Council, one of the concerns they raised is that employees of groups like AARP, ACLU, the NRA, and NAACP could be prohibited from serving as poll workers. And how can that be addressed so that we can still, they can still do their citizen duty of volunteering for their poll worker or their polling place in their place of residency?
Well, I think in this particular situation, there were the main person, at least in Green Bay, was from New York, the state of New York. I don't think anything in this bill will preclude a citizen from participating in the electoral process in a legal and fair manner. But if someone wants to participate in the political process and is going to be advocating for their special interest, I think we already have laws that preclude that.
I sort of had a similar question, so I'm going to ask Legislative Council to clarify. So I think what Senator Smith is asking is, Ledge Council, if I would like to work an April election, I'm not on the ballot, and I'm a candidate, I have a candidate committee as senator, would I be allowed to work the April election under this bill?
So what both senators are referring to is one of the elements under the bill is that it would impose some limitations on who can serve as an election official or a tabulator. And it prohibits an employee of certain types of groups from being appointed as an election official. And one of those listed committees for whom employees would be prohibited would be a committee, which would include a candidate committee. Senator Smith was also referring to potentially some additional kinds of organizations. I will comment that under the bill, only employees of an issue advocacy group, and that's defined to mean an organization whose sole or primary purpose is to engage in issue advocacy. So it would really only be prohibiting employees of groups whose primary focus would be engaging in issue advocacy, and not necessarily just any group who engaged in it to any degree.
Plus, I think when you talk about an employee, there's a certain standard to be deemed an employee. And that, I think, is really the great divide here.
So does that answer my question that I, as a senator, would be able to work the April election if I volunteered to do so?
It's our understanding that yes, you would, because you're not an employee of your campaign committee. Right? Isn't it specific that it is an employee of the following? And unless you're paying yourself or you're hired yourself and you're on your own payroll, then that would potentially prohibit you. But I don't know of any situation in which that any politician isn't paying themselves from their campaign committee.
Generally speaking. You agree with that?
So yes, the bill does refer specifically to an employee.
Okay,
There may be some other limitations on an elected official being able to serve as a poll worker at an election on which they're on the ballot.
correct.
However, the
Okay.
bill itself talks about employee.
Could I follow up with that, because and Ledge Council may be able to answer this. It seems to me there's a constitutional question here as to a person being able to, on their own time, volunteer to work at a polling place because we decide that where they work should determine whether or not they have that right to work in a polling place.
I think perhaps you're referring to maybe some sort of an equal protection claim that someone might make, that the law was treating them differently because they were an employee of an organization. But being an employee of a particular organization doesn't put you in a protected class under the law. So there would be sort of the lowest level a court would apply when determining whether or not there was legitimate government interest. That would sort of be the test that they would be applying. So you would be looking at whether the government had a particular reason for distinguishing between groups of people. And I will comment, we don't have any case law on this particular issue, but we do put some limitations in current law on who can serve as an election official. Currently, you have to be a resident of that county, for instance. So there are some distinctions made under current law.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, did we want to go through all of them or just the witnesses? Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Yes. Next up, we have Claire Woodall, Vogue, City of Milwaukee. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Or is it Vogue?
It's Vogue, but
Sorry.
it's my husband's last name, so I never correct
No, you don't worry
anyone.
about it.
I don't mind. I thought it was Vogue the first year we were dating.
Okay. Thank you, Claire, for being here, and you may take it away.
Thank you. So I am Claire Woodall Vogue, the Executive Director of the City of Milwaukee Election Commission. I just want to start out by saying thank you to Senator Bernier and to the committee members for the opportunity to provide testimony today on SB 207 relating to private resources used for election administration, appointment of election officials, and providing a penalty. The city of Milwaukee opposes SB 207, in particular the part of the bill that would restrict a local municipality's ability to apply for private grant funding for election administration. In 2020, the city of Milwaukee was the recipient of over $3 million in private grant funding from the Center for Tech and Civic Life. I was involved in our funding request from the very beginning and can testify under oath that my administration of elections in 2020 remained completely nonpartisan. From the very start, I was asked for my professional opinion on the funding needs of my department in order to ensure that voters maintained access to voting during a global pandemic. Subsequent conversations took place between myself, the former executive director, and our election commission staff, all of whom were committed to ensuring that we never had a repeat situation like the spring election of 2020, where the city of Milwaukee was only able to open 5 polling places due to a number of factors, but ultimately because of a worker shortage of 900 workers for our usual 180 polling locations. Without these private funds, we would have continued to face a poll worker shortage in Milwaukee. The private grant funding allowed us to pay $100 additional hazard pay to each of our election workers in 2020 and 2021, over an $850,000 expense. Although the city of Milwaukee received CARES grant federal funding, this money was not allowed to be used for hazard pay, except in the case of healthcare workers interacting directly with COVID-19 patients. Throughout 2020, the city of Milwaukee was the epicenter of COVID-19 cases and deaths in our state. Many workers did not feel it was worth risking their life for the normal $130 stipend for a 14.5-hour to sometimes 20-hour day. Increasing the pay by $100, we were able to recruit younger students and professionals who found it worthwhile to take a day off of work in order to be paid an adequate wage and to fulfill their civic duty. Additionally, we used over $1 million in funding to purchase absentee ballot processing equipment. The purchase of 7 additional high-speed tabulators ensured that we had 12 machines operating and were able to process absentee ballots on election day by 3 a.m. on November 4th, a huge accomplishment for a city with nearly 170,000 absentee ballots. For comparison, we finished at 3 a.m. in 2016 with only 64,000 ballots to process and 6 leased machines, with a rental cost of $18,500 per machine. We continue to be able to keep up with the election day absentee processing demands in 2021, since we now own 9 machines and have been able to prepay for ongoing unbudgeted maintenance costs. Funds were also spent on nonpartisan activities such as purchasing additional PPE and plexiglass, a total of cost of nearly $500,000 for the city of Milwaukee, which was offset by the private grant funding. Security cameras, top of the line secure drop boxes, voter education postcards and social media campaigns, and providing voter assistance at libraries in the weeks before each election in order to help voters register or to upload their photo IDs for an absentee ballot. All activities conducted by my office in 2020 were in accordance with state law and were never partisan. In previous hearings, some legislators have mentioned that the grant funding may have had conditions attached and that somehow there was something improper about those conditions. The only requirement in the grant agreement, which I'm happy to provide, was that the money be spent exactly on the activities or products that I indicated in my original grant application that it would be spent on. A grant application that I wrote in accordance with state laws and my duties as an election administrator. Having a funder state that they want their money spent in accordance with the activities applied for, or else they could ask for the funding to be returned, does not amount to partisan influence or any strings being attached. The city of Milwaukee received a national network of nonpartisan contacts to help provide technical assistance through the grantor, the Center for Tech and Civic Life. The type of technical assistance we received was far removed from my day-to-day execution of election duties. For instance, the Center for Civic Design reviewed our educational materials to ensure that they were designed to be easy to understand for voters. The Vote at Home Institute shared an Excel spreadsheet where I could plug in the number of absentee ballots and central count staffing based on the various job duties to calculate how long it would take us to process ballots on election day. They also had a communications toolkit for sharing information with voters about voting by mail, a toolkit which I did not need, but I thought a clerk without a communications staff might find helpful. As a result, I attempted to share these resources with the Wisconsin Election Commission staff in order to spread the word to other communities across Wisconsin who may need and find that information useful. I'm not a municipal clerk, so I did not have access to share the information directly through the clerk's network. It goes without saying that 2020 was an unprecedented year for election officials and our budgets. However, we continue to face funding needs in our field due to the high cost of election equipment, increasing administration costs due to numerous legislative changes, and the ever-changing cybersecurity landscape. Now is not the time to reduce opportunities for us to find creative, nonpartisan private funding sources which alleviate the burden on our taxpayers. With levy limits and frozen shared revenue, it seems irresponsible not to apply for available funding. It would not have been possible for our budget to absorb the increased cost associated with the 2020 election without these funds. Finally, I would urge the committee to provide greater clarification on the definition of an issue advocacy group before passing a law that would bar us from appointing an election official who is employed by an issue advocacy group. It is unclear to me whether an issue advocacy group as currently defined must be registered as a 501c4, or if an employee of a 501c3 could be barred from fulfilling their civic duty, depending upon the mission of the nonprofit. While I understand the desire to provide clarification and minimize the appearance of any partisan influence on election administration, we need to ensure that the consequence is not too onerous on election officials in hiring workers, and that we are not too greatly limiting or restricting the potential pool of workers. Over the years, the city of Milwaukee has experienced challenges to recruit and train a qualified pool of workers. Thankfully, today, we are in a much better position due to this grant, and I would ask for you to more clearly define the intention and to not make the hiring process overly complicated. The city of Milwaukee urges you to oppose SB 207. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'll defer to my colleagues. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Senator Strobel.
Thanks for your testimony. First off, I'd like to ask, who signed the agreement for the city of Milwaukee? Who accepted the agreement? Sorry. Who accepted it, the agreement that the Center for Tech and Civic Life put out?
Steve Mahan, who is our director for our community grant administration.
Okay. One thing, I've got some numbers. I think that we're in the total. Can you repeat again, what was the total amount that you got from the Center for Tech and Civic Life?
$3.4 million.
Okay. Don't you kind of have to admit that when that amount of money comes from, a fellow by the name of Mark Zuckerberg, whose politics and partisanship are very well known, don't you think there'd at least be some type of an appearance there that might not be in keeping with the clean elections we're accustomed to in the state of Wisconsin?
I do not. The Center for Tech and Civic Life was in existence before 2020 and has a reputation of providing nonpartisan technical assistance, which is who the grantor was. I did not learn that the funding came from the Zuckerbergs until much later in 2020.
Okay. So maybe you didn't know it, but it did come from them. And I think, there certainly is a perception then when that amount of money comes into certain specific areas from a group that has a reputation, as the Mark Zuckerberg and his wife do. So I guess you just have to admit that that's going to raise some eyebrows. And I think, it had, and that's why one of the reasons why we're here. One of the main points of this plan, at least the way I read it too, is to what is it? The first item really is safely administer elections to reduce the risk of exposure to coronavirus for our residents as well as our elected officials and poll workers. And you had indicated PPE. I don't know what percentage you said, or the amount of money you put towards PPE, I guess. But according to some figures I have, and I'd like to see your figures so I can see how I came up with those numbers because they conflict with what I have, but I mean, they're not that far off, but it was less than 6% of the 3 some odd million was actually spent on PPE.
I believe it was about 250,000. So my testimony was that we spent a total of $500,000 just on plexiglass alone.
Yeah.
So emphasizing the extreme cost for a city our size.
Well, I don't know, I guess how you define the PPE, but I've got a number that's less than 200,000. It's like 196,000, which is.
That might be correct. Again, I don't have those specifics.
You know, 5.76 of, 3 some million towards actually meeting what was the main goal of the Wisconsin Safe Voting Plan 2020, as it was aptly titled based upon what the main goal of the plan was. And it just seems like only a very small portion of money actually went towards that.
Could I add something to that? So I think that that's a really narrow interpretation of what it takes to conduct a safe election. We had to double the number of early voting sites so that because of capacity limitations at every site in the city of Milwaukee. So a lot of our cost was on staffing, additional staffing in order to conduct cleaning, and a lot of things that aren't necessarily straightforward, buying masks and plexiglass.
Sure. And, looking at the CARES Act, which was all spent through, what do I see here? For Milwaukee County, 183 million, City of Madison, 49 million, City of Milwaukee, 405 million. So, there was, I'm sorry, let's see here. The CARES Act, which, spent by the end of 2020, Dane County, 95 million, Milwaukee County, 62 million, City of Milwaukee, 103 million, spent by the end of 2020. So there certainly was some outside money coming in. And I don't think anybody can argue that, as the chairwoman said previously, the most important thing we can do as a municipality is run our elections. That is the main priority. And another thing I wrestle with too is all the challenges that Milwaukee had. I understand Milwaukee has some certainly unique characteristics, but again, we've got over 1,800 other municipalities throughout the state, and they managed to get people to work their polls and to conduct a fair and nonpartisan election. Looking at some of the expenditures here in the city of Milwaukee, in your application that was submitted to the group in order for this grant, it says one of the things is the city will be promoting and utilizing Milwaukee Public Library branch staff, 90,000 for both elections for 3 weeks prior to each election to assist any potential absentee voters with applying, securing, and uploading images of their valid photo ID. Aren't they normally in the library anyways? I mean, why did it take hundreds of $1,000s more to see that the people employed in the libraries could do this work?
No, so we employed additional election official staff familiar with election law to work at the libraries. In July, actually, our libraries were closed. So we staffed election officials in the vestibules of the libraries in order to provide that assistance to our voters to upload their photo IDs and navigate the My Vote process, as well as to register voters.
So what were your library workers doing while the library was closed?
You would have to ask the library, but they were not willing to work as election officials.
Oh, okay. But they were on payroll, receiving checks, and they weren't doing anything. Okay. Let me see here. One other item here. How much of the money was spent on machines for elections to facilitate your election?
I believe nearly 1.1 million.
Okay. Because it does seem, yeah, there's a whole lot more money beyond the machines too. There
Yeah,
was-
so
there was
that's
a
for
certain
our
extent.
absentee ballot machinery. We purchased some machines to help mail ballots, to help us insert ballots and expedite the mailing process as well as to process them. We had an additional $250,000 spent on tablets in order for the polling places to look up where someone votes. Our greeters use tablets, things of that nature.
And spending one of the line items I noticed was $280,000. And that was for, as I understand, based upon your application here, PSAs on radio, billboards, buses, and some using local celebrities like Milwaukee Bucks players. How is that safe and fair elections, spending $280,000 for PSAs in that regard?
Yeah, so we hired a communications firm that has an expertise working with government organizations, specifically WIC, Workforce Development, because I do not have a communications staff. And we saw a very large learning curve on voting by mail. So we decided it was a priority to make sure that if voters were going to vote by mail, that they know how to do it correctly. They know how to request a ballot. So that is what that cost was.
And I guess one of my points would be, for the 1,600 other municipalities that didn't receive any of this money, maybe it would have been important if they had a PR campaign to help them understand voting by mail also, but
I agree. That's why I sent that email to the Wisconsin Election
Yeah.
Commission.
they didn't have that opportunity.
No, and that's what I was attempting to do in August when I sent that email that I know has been the topic of conversation, was to share those resources, because the Vote at Home group was a nonpartisan group that had step-by-step, this week, tell voters this through your social media.
Well, that was a nice suggestion by you, but the center certainly didn't decide to deploy additional money to those 1,600 municipalities to help them with that effort.
It's my understanding they didn't apply for any funding through the center.
Okay. I guess lastly, did you spend all the money you got?
No, not in 2020. We were able to carry over approximately $450,000, or maybe just over $400,000 into this year, which has allowed us to continue paying the $100 hazard pay.
Okay. And so that money, carryover money is specifically dedicated towards the hazard pay for your poll workers?
Hazard
and which
pay.
elections?
For February and April for our poll workers, as well as about $100,000 for election administration equipment, where we plan to purchase more express votes.
And again, that's a pretty nice advantage for you guys to do that, because certainly other municipalities, they were able to recruit workers. I believe the vast majority of them, and this is, I haven't heard anecdotally if any others needed to pay more money like Milwaukee did to get their employees to come in. I imagine maybe one of the other 5 that received, some $6.4 million from the center maybe could afford to do that, but I don't believe I've heard that many other municipalities were able to pay their employees more money to work their elections.
No, but I would say that as an election administrator, and I'm sure there's election administrators across the state, we would appreciate more funding, whether it be from the taxpayer or from private entities, to pay a living wage to our poll workers who work so hard. Oftentimes they're working, like I said, more than 14.5-hour days, but it takes a very unique person to take a day off of work if they're employed, not get paid for that day, and then make $130 for being on their feet for 15 hours.
Sure. Well, it's always a municipality's job, I suppose, to prioritize how they spend their money. And if you feel that that's the way that the city of Milwaukee should be spending their money to conduct a good election, then I imagine you should probably be doing that.
Yes, and I am doing that.
Yeah, but I guess the issue here and why we're here today is it really right that a partisan organization is able to specifically put millions of dollars in a handful of municipalities to do exactly that when others aren't receiving anything? So thanks. That's all for now.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes,
Senator Royce?
Bryce.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Ms. Woodall-Dog, for coming and for the work that you are doing to help facilitate safe elections and enable people to exercise their freedom to vote. My question for you is, when the pandemic hit, did you immediately know that that was going to impact voting and that that was going to probably increase costs dramatically to administer a safe election?
No, it became very apparent that the entire landscape of elections was going to change very quickly. In March of last year, we went from usually having about 6,000 to 8,000 absentee requests by mail to mailing over 95,000 absentee ballots, which ate up our entire mailing budget plus some in one election.
And was any additional funding allocated to you or, to your knowledge, to any other municipal clerk to help defray this cost so that the election could continue?
For April's election?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
And so you basically did your best with a bad situation. The legislature could have provided more funding, but they chose not to. So you did what a lot of our very cash-strapped local governments did and looked for private funding and grants. I mean, just like law enforcement and human services agencies and all other kinds of public entities who have seen declining revenue from the state have done. Isn't that right? That's all you were doing, taking care of your job.
Yes, and for full disclosure, I was not the executive director at the time. I was employed at the Election Commission and involved from the start with the grant application, but I was not the executive director at the time of the April election.
Right. And finally, if the legislature would actually allocate sufficient funding to municipal clerks to administer elections, would you need to seek out any private funding?
It depends on how much the sufficient funding would be. You know, we received, for instance, per capita funding from the Wisconsin Election Commission last year through the CARES Act. It was funneled through the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. We received $320,000, which again was used entirely on mailing. So it wasn't sufficient to cover all of our additional costs, where we still felt the need to seek out private funding. But if we were funded at the levels that we were funded at in 2020, we certainly wouldn't need to seek additional funding elsewhere.
Right. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I have a couple questions.
Senator Smith, followed
Thank
by Senator Strobel.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your testimony today, and you obviously came well prepared. And thank you for sitting there and giving us the answers that you have come prepared with. I'm sure you weren't aware, for instance, though, that the Republican Leadership Committee actually received $50,000 from Facebook, but we're not apparently complaining about that. But what I want to ask you is if you had not been able to access these funds from a private grant, what might the city of Milwaukee have done? Because there is an obligation to conduct fair and elections for everyone who can vote. And so I'm sure you would have had to I'm asking if the city would have had to cut somewhere else or move funds from somewhere else to make that happen.
Yes, without a doubt, the city would have had to cut funds that are being deployed to the health department through the CARES Act grant to be devoted to election administration due to the pandemic.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Strobel.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up on that. Which is the election where you normally have, what, 180 polling locations and you went down to 5?
That was April of last year.
So that wasn't a money issue. Obviously, you were funding 180 locations. Now you're only funding 5 locations. You certainly didn't spend as much as you would have expected in that April election.
We did actually. We spent money because we still had to employ workers to work at that election at those 5 sites. I believe there were between 400 and 500 workers who ended up working at the polling places that day. And then we actually had 7 days of central count processing of processing absentee ballots because of the high volume. And we only had 4 machines at the time. And because of the change in the law at the time, we had to process incoming mail on a daily basis. which wouldn't normally be processed in an election. And then again, the PPE cost associated with that election, utilizing additional traffic control because of how consolidated Milwaukee's polling places were. But it was really, the election, we went down to 5 polling places due to a staffing shortage. And because many of our sites, including schools and including churches, weren't comfortable having us in their buildings since so little was known about COVID-19 at the time.
Senator Strobel, I'm going to jump in here because we're kind of in the line of questioning of what I had to ask. And so, so you're telling me you had about 2,000 or more poll workers available in the April election that were consolidated. How many poll workers did you actually have in April?
No, so we would normally have 2,000. We, at one point, I am told, and again, I was not the director at the time, and I worked overseeing our absentee processing, but I was told we went down to only 250 workers at the time that the pandemic hit in late March. We ended up recruiting many health department staff, library staff, and other city workers to work on election day. Ended up having between 400 and 500 poll workers at the polling places. We had about 150.
About 100 at each place.
Yes.
Okay. Who made the decision to reduce to 5 places?
Our executive director and the mayor
And the mayor?
and the health department.
Okay. You know, that one decision probably influenced a lot of issues in the state and the questions I've gotten in the past. And having run polling places or helped clerks run polling places, you get 100 people all in one polling place trying to function. It had to be utter chaos. That's all I'm saying. That's messy to say the least. And it was really, in my opinion, a poor decision. So if at all possible, never do that again.
I haven't.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you can use all the explanations you want, but you know, there's no other municipality other than Green Bay that did that. So, you know, I just, you know, had really concerns about that as well. So you do understand that, I know you're in opposition to this bill, but you do understand that most all the money that comes in the state, whether it's ESSER funds or CARES or, you know, all of that, they're divided up according to per capita or Title I. And Milwaukee would always fare very well with the federal funds and different funding that is coming into the state. And so rather, I mean, I just want to soften your opposition to this, even though I'm probably not going to persuade you otherwise. I do understand that you received money, you bought some trucks as well. Green Bay bought trucks. Did you buy trucks? You didn't buy trucks.
No.
Okay. But, you know, we represent different areas of the state and we represent every citizen, one person, one vote. And we have to look at it as, is everyone treated fairly and equitably? My answer to this kind of thing would be no. And so what I would say is if a nonpartisan organization wanted to help the state of Wisconsin in executing elections and we're willing to put up $20 million through the Wisconsin Election Commission and divide it up per capita, Milwaukee would fare very well. And so in all fairness, and fairness is a big deal with me, it would be more fair to everyone in the state, including Milwaukee, to divide it up per capita. And that's where, you know, I personally come down is that it's, you know, we always talk about the haves and the have-nots. There were a lot of have-nots in this equation. And so that's just, you know, my encouragement to you, rethink your opposition on this. And maybe it's not just that part of the bill that you're opposed to. But, you know, we need to be fair and equitable with everyone when it comes to our funding. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
George, or wait, Senator Jacques speaking in favor. And you're here in person. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you squeezing me in. And the invitation to be able to testify. This is legislation that I am a co-author of, but certainly would have been pleased to put forward myself as well. I actually represent a small portion of the city of Green Bay in my Senate district, but I am also a longtime former city of Green Bay employee and have actually served with a number of the individuals involved, or at least familiar with the situation with the city. And this is legislation that I feel is necessary to prevent a corruption of our democracy and keeping it free from outside influence. You know, I had actually, before the city of Green Bay had ever received the grant, it was talked about that they were applying as part of the other groups, and they appeared likely to receive it. And it kind of reminded me of some of the other things that were going on with some of the CARES Act money that was dispersed with the state in terms of, we're not talking about no bid contracts here, but we are talking about grant opportunities that sometimes appear where certain people are notified in advance and invited to apply, and other nonprofits like those that I've even been associated with might have been eligible, but the entire grant application period came and went within a few days, and you know, they didn't seem to be on even footing. And I know that beyond those 5 communities, there were additional communities that did receive grants, but it was not proportionate, and certainly not proportionate at all when you look at any number of communities that weren't even aware that they were available. But even still, when you look at some of the strings that were attached to these grants, and even the fear of potential clawback, I mean, it's something as legislators, I think we all get frustrated sometimes with the interference of the federal government and either their abuse of the Interstate Commerce Clause or federal funding, or even things that they put into the ARPA legislation that seem to restrict our ability as legislators to put forward what we feel is the best policy for our citizens. And so, yeah, I was not actually planning on testifying on this bill when I came to the Capitol today, but was able to get an opening into my schedule, and just, you know, I guess what I would say is, you know, these are third-party groups that they have a nice sounding name, right? Tech and Civic Life, just like People for the American Way, or the Voter Awareness Project, or Midwest Growth Fund, or, you know, the reality is these groups oftentimes have very significant political biases, both themselves and the people who work for them. But they sound, you know, more acceptable than if you were to say have the Republican or Democratic Attorney Generals Association, both of which do exist, both of which do spend money to impact elections, just like we just came through a nonpartisan, for the large part, there were some special elections, but nonpartisan spring election where there were any number of groups that, you know, they're not partisan groups by their own admission, but yet they clearly have a slant, and they spent money disproportionately in different parts of the state, either targeting to certain demographics or municipalities geographically in order to have an effect on turnout. And I think that's what we saw here, and it does create concern. I think certainly with the city of Green Bay, when you have a change in how they did the central count this year, how they changed any number of things from how they previously administered elections, where you even had essentially pressure from an outside group to have influence in curing ballots, or literally being handed the keys to the election in terms of where the counting would be taking place. You know, I think it undermines confidence in election administration. And that is one of the things that I think we really have to safeguard in our democracy. And, regardless of what takes place and whether we're able to even have the opportunity to fully determine that, I think that that does real damage, and it's not something that we should subject our state to having to worry about that in the future. I, again, wasn't planning on testifying, so I just scribbled some notes as I was listening here. But, again, I don't think that any of our local governments should be having to be worried about losing money if a third-party group doesn't like the way that an election is being administered. And I do think that there is a difference in terms of how a group is perceived if it has a positive sounding name as opposed to the exact same actions undertaken by clearly a partisan group, which I think is something that is directly addressed by this legislation and making sure that we don't have those opportunities for outside influence and where there clearly is some other motivation. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Jacques? Senator Strobel.
Thanks for testifying today. I can't think of the fellow's name, but there was a person that was really given very intimate access to the voting process. That was he an employee of this group, or how was he connected to it?
Mr. Spitzer Rubenstein?
Yeah, him.
So he was actually essentially a subcontractor, a different organization, the Vote at Home Institute, that was, I guess, affiliated with the Center for Tech and Civic Life, the Zuckerberg Foundation. So we're actually getting into even more degrees of separation from those that are, maybe directly administering the program. And I think that does make it even more difficult for accountability or knowing what was going on. Frankly, we wouldn't know a lot of what went on if it were not for the results of the open records request, which I actually helped pick up from the city of Green Bay. Just referencing the degree to which there were changes that were being sought by outside influence to Green Bay's election processes, that the city clerk and I think the deputy city clerk and quite frankly, the entire clerk's office were uncomfortable with what was being asked. And, there was pressure that was put on by the mayor's office, by the person who is now the Green Bay city clerk. There are individuals. I know that the mayor's office is a nonpartisan office. That being said, there are certainly strong partisan backgrounds to individuals who have occupied that office, right up to and including the mayor himself, who I served with, we all served with when he was in the legislature. It's those that are in present company. So, to answer your question, it was basically an employee of a group underneath the group that gave the grant.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Senator Jacques.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we have George Christensen, Milwaukee County Clerk. Oh, he's online, so we'll still sanitize Mr. Christensen, but you don't have to sit there.
Well, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bernier and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today before your honorable body. My name is George Christensen. I am the Milwaukee County Clerk. In this capacity, I also serve as the Executive Director of the Milwaukee County Election Commission. Today, my office actually began the canvass of Tuesday's election, so of course we're pretty busy, so I'll try to be brief. As an independently elected official, I swore an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Wisconsin. With that, I support all efforts to improve our democratic process by ensuring accuracy, security, transparency, and accessibility of our voting processes. As I read through this bill and the others, it was unclear to me how they actually help improve our democratic process. I believe there are several unintended, perhaps negative consequences. And as I read through them, I do see some good things that I can support. But overall, I think these bills will ultimately hurt the process. They'll hurt our dedicated election workers, the voters, and the taxpayers of Wisconsin. So with that, with respect to Senate Bill 207, obviously we all know, and I want to remind this body and audience members, how common it is for government units to receive funding from organizations, businesses, individuals, et cetera. For example, as was mentioned previously, during this pandemic, municipalities all across the state relied heavily on donations of personal protective equipment, PPEs, face masks, hand sanitizer, plexiglass screens, et cetera. And these came from local businesses and other organizations to help administer the 2020 elections. I don't believe that it's the intent of the bill's author to preclude local businesses and others from providing this type of assistance. And so I hope that the committee will reject that and not throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. Any grants received by Milwaukee County, for example, were utilized on voter education, equipment upgrades, and website improvements. For example, my office was able to purchase 75 express votes for the November 2020 election. These replaced the auto marks, which are very obsolete, and as I assume most of you know. They're designed to support voters with disabilities, but can be used by anyone. They're more efficient and they're more secure. I provided these funds to the suburban communities of Milwaukee County, not the city of Milwaukee, because I felt Milwaukee had its own resources. And so when you talk about equity, that was my focus. I didn't pay attention to which communities lean Democratic or Republican. I don't care. I want everybody across Milwaukee County to be able to vote. So that includes Franklin, Hales Corners, Oak Creek, where Donald Trump won both in 2016 and 2020. So I think that that's important for people on this committee to realize that this is not a partisan issue for me and other election officials. I'm also deeply concerned about the portion limiting of who can be a poll worker. This provision really makes people choose between their employment and doing their civic duty. And I find that troubling and un-American. Everyone wants to do their civic duty. That's why we all serve, I believe. Every municipal clerk across the state, whether it's a small community or a large community, will tell you that finding poll workers is becoming more and more challenging every year, and this will make it even harder. I just don't think this is well thought out, and will have those types of consequences. For example, other people mention it, but if someone works for like Disability Rights of Wisconsin or the NRA or Pro-Life Wisconsin, they have a passion about their advocacy. And while we might not agree on what their passion is in some of those issues and some of those groups, they have a right to have that passion, and they also have a right to perform their civic duty. And this excludes them, and that's not fair. So I hope that people will, on this committee and members will reconsider that piece of it, and also try not to assume the worst in people who are, quite frankly, some of our best. These poll workers have risked their lives. I would agree, however, with the provision that's section 4, 12.13, paren 3, paren ZP, that talks about prohibiting someone to assist in counting or tabulating votes in an election unless they're a resident, they have election official, they've taken the oath. I agree with that. I hope everybody's doing that. And I don't know what these other committees have done, counties have done, but I would agree with that 100%. So, and with that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll defer to my colleagues for any questions. Senator Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen, for your, thank you, Mr. Christensen, for your testimony. I really think as the author, my intent is to be nonpartisan and fair also. I think that's really the root of what we're doing here with this bill. Again, to see that these monies are spread equally and, is, to use one of your words, equitably across the state. And it's obvious that they weren't. And I think we as legislators need to step up and see that they are spread equally and they are spread fairly and equitably. So that's the intent. I mean, exactly kind of as you referred to, in a nonpartisan manner. That's what we're trying to do here.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, Senator, and I appreciate embracing that socialistic point of view of spreading money out across our state. It's helpful. However, I think when I'm writing a grant proposal, I don't feel I should be doing someone else's job. I'm hired to do my job. And if you want to put those limits on that, I understand that. I think that takes away from local control. However, though, I do appreciate your point of view. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Senator Smith, are you there? I hear something.
Oh, I wasn't me.
Okay. Well, then I'll take the opportunity. Clerk Christensen, thank you very much for being here. As you may know, when a couple of you decided to interpret indefinitely confined, you know, I appreciate the county clerk's positions, as I was one. But we did take an oath, and the Wisconsin Election Commission is designed to interpret and give guidance and or rules telling us how to function. And it is the statutory responsibility and authority of the legislature to articulate the rules by law. And so though we don't want to necessarily run the elections for you, we do have to give you guidance. And we shouldn't have one thing happening in one municipality, not another. Our job is to try to make the election laws, processes, procedures, and rules very much the same. Mm-hmm. And so you probably know Clerk McDonald and I had a really pointed conversation in regard to clerks interpreting election law for themselves. And so this kind of falls along those lines. And I want to let you know that we do all that we can to make sure that things are equitable and fair in the electoral process. I also appreciate the fact that you take an oath to run the elections. You're elected to run the elections as a county clerk, just as the municipal clerk and or the election commission director is elected to run the elections. And so when we have mayors or other individuals not statutorily responsible for running elections, so you can imagine that if the county exec came down and told you how to do your job and what you shall or shall not do, we have problems with that, right? The same thing with the municipal clerks and the election commissions, mayors and other outside individuals who are not statutorily authorized to make calls on election process, including nonprofit organizations and individuals subcontracted, calling the shots on running elections and election procedures. It all doesn't look good. And if it doesn't look good, that calls into the question election integrity. Would you not agree with that?
Chairwoman, members, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I would. I would agree with that 100%. And if, as you said, if the county exec or someone came down and tried to tell me how to do my job, I'd tell him to get back on the third floor and do his job. I can't speak to what happened in Green Bay. I mean, to me, that's just a big sewing circle here with people saying what they thought they heard and so on. I've heard other stories. I'm not going to sit here and testify. Well, I heard that this person didn't do their job. So no one really knows what occurred in Green Bay. I certainly, those clerks need to do their jobs. And I hope they were doing their jobs, from the county clerk on down to all the municipal clerks. So I just can't speak to what happened in Green Bay.
Okay, but we did just hear testimony that the mayor of Milwaukee was involved in the decisions to reduce to 5 polling places.
Oh, well, the city, yeah, the city, I didn't agree with that. I thought that was, if the mayor provided his input in the city of Milwaukee, I don't have purview over the city of Milwaukee. I'm the county clerk. I voiced my opposition to that. But the city is going to do what they do. It's local control, and I may disagree, but that was their decision.
Well, when I passed the bill to make you go back to the chief election official in Milwaukee County, we also passed the law in chapter 59.23 that makes you the chief election official in the county. So I would say it's not your business I would say what goes on in Milwaukee County is your business, even if it is in the city of Milwaukee.
Well, my apologies. I didn't mean to say it was, I don't know if I said it was my business, but it's not my purview in terms of they don't work for me directly. I certainly voiced my strong opinion and my opposition to that. And that's the best I could do in that. And I would agree with you, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Senator Strobel would like to clarify one more thing with you, Mr. Christensen.
Yeah, great. Christensen, you indicated what went on in Green Bay is, sewing circle talk, I think is what I heard you say. But there's been a number of open records requests that have documented very well many of the communications between the parties involved. So it's not just hearsay. It has been documented through open records. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it very much. Next, we have Madeline Melissa, Opportunity Solutions Project. And you have a nice sanitized desk to sit at. Welcome. You can speak whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Is this on? It is. You can hear me? Yes. Okay, great.
I didn't think this bill would be so controversial.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Chairwoman Bernier, Vice Chairwoman Darling, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Madeline Melissa, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 207 on behalf of the Opportunity Solutions Project, which advocates for state policies that safeguard the integrity of elections, and that's exactly what this bill will do. SB 207 solves a problem that Wisconsin is facing. It's a problem that many states are facing across the country, the private funding of election administration. And to your point, Chairwoman, about fairness, this bill ensures fairness by making sure that outside private organizations, in this case, the Zuckerberg Foundation, are not choosing winners and losers and influencing local election operations. We all know how democracy is supposed to work. Citizens electing public officials to represent them in their interests. But that's not how democracy worked in this last election, where private money was funded and through the process and opened the door to impropriety. In our democracy, elections matter, and that's why this bill matters. During the 2020 election, almost $400 million were provided by the founder and CEO of Facebook to local jurisdictions across the country. Most of the funds were channeled through a nonprofit, which we've discussed here today, with significant ties to progressive groups. That private group, and only that private group, determined which jurisdictions, again, to your point about fairness, would receive funds, how much they would receive, and why. Again, these are unappropriated funds. This was unprecedented. And because states did not yet have policies prohibiting this practice, one billionaire, this time Mark Zuckerberg, but of course, again, going forward, that could be any billionaire, was able to exert influence on election administration across the country. So again, in summary, here in Wisconsin, I know we've discussed quite a bit of it today, but over the entire state, $8.5 million in private money during the 2020 election was given out. The private funding of election operations is a prime example of the outside influence on the elections process that many Americans are concerned about regardless of party. In fact, as we know here, the story that came out between the Green Bay election officials and the grantor proved again that this was, there were some decisions and operations that were, as the election official described it, a nonprofit interloper. Regardless, this bill will solve that problem because it prohibits county and municipal election officials from accepting private money for election administration, except allowing the Elections Commission to accept private money and distribute it on a per capita basis. Because we work across this country, I would like to just give the committee a perspective of who's considering similar bills. Other states have introduced even more robust versions of this bill, which ban entirely the use of private funds in election administration. At least a dozen states are considering similar legislation. This includes Kansas, Idaho, North Carolina. Arizona just passed this bill yesterday, and it's on the governor's desk for signature. Tennessee and Wyoming. And to circle back to one point that you were discussing earlier, I can offer that Tennessee has a version of the bill that has a narrow carve out for de minimis contributions. So that would be things such as volunteer labor by citizens of the state, pens, hand sanitizer, or other nominal type items. SB 207 provides a common sense approach to safeguarding the elections process and will help restore confidence by preventing outside actors from bankrolling the conduct of local elections. Again, to your point, it's fairness. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Your organization is, where are you home based?
It's based in Naples, but people are located across the country.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I
Madam
think
Chair?
your yes, Senator Royce.
Sorry. I have a question, but I can certainly defer to you if you have another question.
No, that's fine. You go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering who funds your organization?
So Opportunity Solutions Project is a 501c4 advocacy organization that is funded by private donors. We work with citizens and policymakers across the states and DC to reduce government dependency. We work on program integrity issues, including election integrity, which is why I'm before this committee today.
Okay.
Yes, and so you can't or will not disclose the actual funders of your organization. You're just saying it's private individuals.
Yes, I'm saying it's private individuals.
Noted.
Not an organization per se.
That's right.
Correct. Okay. Anything else, Senator Royce?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madeline, for being here. Have a
Thank you.
good day. Kyle Conan, Will Flanders, Wisconsin Institute of Law and Liberty. Thank you for being here. You can speak whenever you're ready. As long as your light for your microphones are on.
Yep, looks like it. And if it's okay with you, we prepared testimony on all three of the bills. Is it okay if we testify on all three of them right now?
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Bernier and members of the committee for hearing our testimony today. My name is Kyle Kanan. I'm the Policy Director of the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, a 501c3 law and policy center based out of Milwaukee. With me today is Dr. Will Flanders, our Director of Research, and we will be testifying in favor of Senate Bills 207, 208, and 213.
That'll get started here. Thank you, members of the committee. Just wanted to give you guys an update on our analysis of some of the CTCL grants. So Will's currently in the process of an in-depth analysis of how these grants were spent across the state. We have pending records requests from a number of municipalities around the state. A lot of them told us they wouldn't be able to get us the information until after the election. However, it's been publicly reported, as we've discussed today already, that the 5 largest cities in the state received more than $6 million for the November election. And while it's been pointed out that municipalities around the state receive these grants, the amounts that they receive pale in comparison to the amounts that were received by the largest municipalities. So to date, we've received records from about 150 communities around the state, with which we can make an assessment of how much per capita was received by each area. While we have amounts that are as low as about $73 per 1,000 residents in Marathon County. Places like Green Bay, it's more than $10,000 per 1,000 residents. And using the information we just got from the folks from the city of Milwaukee, they're at about $5,800 per person. So the amounts of some of the grants to entire cities were smaller than the amounts per person in cities like Milwaukee. These disparate funding amounts create disparities in the effect of spending. We've already done an analysis of whether or not these grants had an impact on election turnout. And we found that turnout was in fact higher in municipalities that received these grants relative to municipalities that did not receive these grants. And even if they were, if we take them at their word that they were sort of doled out to whoever requested them, we did nonetheless see a partisan bias in the benefits of these grants. On average, Democratic turnout was 61 votes higher in areas that got the grants. In Republican areas, there was no statistically significant effect on turnout. So I think what the important point to make here is that even if we take folks at their word that the administration of these grants is completely nonpartisan, that's largely irrelevant. As we've heard some folks say here today, what matters is that every municipality doesn't have the same ability, the same sort of knowledge to seek out all of these opportunities. And when we're seeing an impact on election results, we think it's reasonable to expect that they be distributed in a fair manner. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kyle to discuss a couple of the other bills.
So Senate Bill 208, we believe this will improve transparency of actions taken by the Wisconsin Elections Commission. As evidenced by this past year, WEC makes a number of consequential decisions at their meetings. And these meetings, as you know, can often run for hours on end. And members of the public don't often have the capacity nor the desire to sit and watch these meetings. So I think, it's a fairly simple bill that requires meeting minutes to be published within 24 hours. I think that's commonsensical and is a way for people to be more involved in the process. And then Senate Bill 213, under current law, if a voter believes an election official has violated the law, they must first file a complaint with the Wisconsin Election Commission, who then has to dispose of the complaint before the voter can take their case to the courts. Senate Bill 213 includes an important provision that would allow an individual to sue directly in circuit court, ensuring a decision can be made in a more timely manner. These changes are pertinent for a few primary reasons. First, complaints that are presented to WEC are often on controversial issues where WEC's decision is unlikely to be final, and the issue is going to ultimately have to be adjudicated by the courts anyways. By design, WEC is not equipped to be a judicial body. With the 3-3 partisan split, the commission is unlikely to reach consensus on controversial issues, making the courts a more appropriate venue. Secondly, a voter may want to file a complaint against an election official who they believe has violated the law. However, such a clerk may be acting on advice that was given to them by WEC. Especially in these instances, it does not seem appropriate to have the agency issue advice, which a local official then acts on, and then turn around and also decide whether or not that advice was lawful. And then lastly, the current requirement is simply a barrier for citizens to have their day in court without delay. If anything, this last year has demonstrated that regardless of where you may align on the legal questions in these various election cases, the need for timely resolution of election disputes is important to ensuring that our laws are properly followed and thus giving voters greater faith in the process. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Any questions? Wow,
Thank you.
everybody's quiet.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have
Thanks
a
for
good
your
day.
time.
Okay, next we have Artis Cerny, who is representing herself, and she is on the phone. Ms. Cerny, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. You can
Okay.
begin at any point.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I want to say that I support all of these bills. But I also have a warning to go with all of your bills that I think you need to hear about. When it comes to reforming our election process, Legislators can write all the bills they want, but until you reform the Wisconsin Election Commission, namely the leadership and the staff, your efforts may be for naught. After watching the GAB staff and now the WEC staff for 12 years, I have seen how they can take a law, circumvent it, and twist your intentions into something that serves their ideological way of thinking. Take a look at the indefinitely confined law. This law, which should have maybe been written more precisely, allowed 40,000 additional voters to cast a ballot by mail without showing an ID. We lost the November 3rd election because of it. Is anyone addressing the flaws in this law? Are these names being removed and the citizens contacted and told that they can no longer vote as indefinitely confined? This is not the only end run they have done around our laws. As far as I could tell, a citizen who spoils their mail-in ballot may simply ask for another ballot. No need to return the spoiled ballot prior to their receiving a new one. Another law broken. Can you senators not see that Megan Wolf, the executive director of WEC, is the right hand of the liberal, woke, George Soros-friendly Progressive Democrat Party in the state of Wisconsin? This is where the real problem is. Until you reform the leadership and staff at WEC, your legislation will be reinterpreted in a manner that you never intended. If you listen to Megan Wolf's testimony during last week's assembly hearing, you received some very interesting insight as to how the WEC works. You heard that the WEC takes no responsibility for what happens at the clerk level. They are there to give guidance, but most issues are beyond their statutory authority. Well, how in the world did they get statutory authority to institute voting in the park, drop box voting, and pushing vote by mail? I will tell you how they did it. It was fear of COVID that allowed them to carry this off while the rest of us stood in shock and let them get away with it. Another statement Ms. Wolf made was that they do not vet third-party groups at a local level. The majority of these third-party groups labeled consultants, vendors, and nonprofits are virtually all left-wing George Soros-funded organizations. One group mentioned by Ms. Wolf a couple of times was the, quote, Vote at Home Institute, and I know Milwaukee used that group. If you do a search of this group along with the George Soros's name, you will see that it is totally funded by him. The WEC staff has been working with third-party nonpartisan groups for years, going back to the GAB days. I think the clerks, recognizing that the WEC staff was coordinating with these groups, gave them carte blanche to do the same. Ms. Wolf also made the comment that most of the $7 million CARES Act funds went to COVID sanitary products, when in fact it was a small percentage of the $7 million. I also find it hard to believe that the WEC staff did not know about the Zuckerberg money. If that is truly the case, this agency is totally out of touch, ineffective, and a waste of the taxpayers' money. As Representative Feinsfeld asked during his testimony, quote, of what use is WEC? I agree. Please, senators, if you do anything, reform the leadership and staff of the WEC so citizens can trust the election process. Ms. Wolf said she is a nonpartisan. Nonpartisans no longer exist in this day and age. We need a balance of the two major political parties in leadership and in the staff at the WEC. We need representation from both parties in the WEC office on a daily basis so they can watch what each other is doing. We need countering opinions presented to the commissioner so that they can make their decisions instead of the present, quote, staff recommendations, which are always one-sided. Stop putting bandages on the election process. We need major changes at the state level so we can once again trust our elections. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Cerny. Do you have some tangible proof that you can give me that Megan Wolf is affiliated with George Soros?
Well, even if you look at their when they get their meetings, they thank all the outside organizations that help them. And if you take a look at those organizations and go online, they're all left-wing leaning. I mean, I can send you names. She put lists of names in some of the meetings, one after another. The first major one that I know they have private, or I've heard they have private meetings with, is the League of Women Voters. They call themselves nonpartisan, but they are far from it. Look at their website. They are totally against anything that the right leans into, especially voter ID and things
So
like
she has met with many of these organizations that have certain political opinions. Has she met with conservative organizations?
No, in fact, when I was co-chair of a group called We're Watching Wisconsin Elections, we asked for meetings like that because we thought, hey, if they get meetings, why can't we? And we never got one.
So you're really not aware of what organizations they entirely meet with?
Just the ones that she thanks in writing in her
Okay.
meeting agendas.
Okay. Any other questions?
You know, one of the questions I have is why is the WEC not investigating what happened in Green Bay? In the assembly hearing, Megan Wolf did not have a clue as to whether the Zuckerberg protege was a hired person or if he was just a third-party volunteer. I mean, she knew nothing about it, nothing.
So just so you know, she does know something about it, and I've had a conversation with her. She's been in my office to talk about it. Most of the issues that I understand the Wisconsin Election Commission couldn't address is because it's what we're doing here today, is creating law in order to give them direction. There was no law against local governments applying for grants and taking dollars, along with indefinitely confined was statutorily defined. So the Wisconsin Election Commission doesn't have the legal authority to reinterpret the indefinitely confined statute, which has its issues, which we're also going to deal with.
Senator Bernier, I cannot believe that Megan Wolf did not know what the intent of your law was, your indefinitely confined law. I find that hard to believe that she did not know that.
She does know it's intended for the elderly, ill and infirmed. They do know that.
Okay, well, why haven't those names been removed that were voted? Why haven't those citizens been called and said, unless you were sick in bed, you were not supposed to apply for this. Your name is being removed. If you want to do it, you'll have to sign up again and prove that you are a sick person.
Okay, well, this bill will be discussed and direction will be given at a later date. So I'm sure you'll be back.
All I want to say is that you've got to cross every T and dot every I in these bills, because the WEC will take it and reinterpret it to their liking, and it will not be what you intended.
Well, that's what we plan to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Rothschild, Wisconsin Democracy Campaign.
Thank you. Chair Bernier and other distinguished members of the committee, I'm Matt Rothschild. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Now in our 26th year, the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign tracks and exposes money in politics in Wisconsin, and we advocate for a full range of pro-democracy reforms so we can have a democracy where everyone's got an equal voice. I'm testifying today to oppose SB 207, SB 210, and SB 213, and I'll get into the details in just a bit. But before I do that, I want to take just a minute to discuss the context in which these bills and a raft of others are circulating. Let me be blunt. There is an effort underway here in Wisconsin and around the country to continue to cast doubt on the validity of the November 3rd elections, the legitimacy of the Biden presidency, and the integrity of our elections. In part, this is an effort to retroactively substantiate the bogus claims repeated ad nauseum by Donald Trump. In part, it's an effort to feed the Republican base red meat. And on January 6th, we saw how a segment of that base reacts when fed that unhealthy diet. And in part, it is an effort to erect barriers that interfere with the freedom to vote in an attempt to gain partisan advantage. That is why we're seeing now in actually 47 states, including Wisconsin, bills introduced that would interfere with the freedom to vote, the most basic freedom in our democracy. This effort is toxic to that democracy. Now, let me briefly discuss the particular problems we have with SB 207, SB 210, and SB 213. SB 207 would impair the ability of clerks to find sufficient poll workers to conduct a smooth election. I know Senator Smith talked about this a little bit earlier, as did Milwaukee County Clerk George Christensen. The bill prohibits an employee of an issue advocacy group from acting as a poll worker. Does this mean that no one who works for the League of Women Voters or the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign or the ACLU or any other nonprofit advocacy group can act as a poll worker? As it is now, clerks have a really hard time finding enough poll workers, and this prohibition would make matters worse. SB 210 requires election administrators to allow observers to be no more than 3 feet away from where voters are registering or voting. This may present logistical problems for clerks, may jeopardize poll worker safety, and may increase the possibility of voter intimidation. SB 213 invites endless harassment of our election officials and endless litigation, and it would allow venue shopping in the courts to seek a favorable outcome. If any citizen can file a claim against any election official, you're going to gum up our elections as never before, entangling them in legal thickets. And by allowing venue shopping, you would risk raising the suspicion that the fix was in. One additional consequence would be that you'd be making it more difficult than ever to find people willing to be an election official. For these reasons, the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign opposes SB 207, SB 210, and SB 213. Thanks for considering my views, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Well, we know where the Democracy Campaign's position lies. Anyone have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Rothschild, for your time.
Senator Bernier, yeah.
Okay, Senator Smith, take it away.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for testifying today, Matt. And I actually, my question is, I'm sure we could do better, right? I'm sure that the legislature could actually do many things to make democracy more fair. And could you maybe talk about a little more about what we could do? We know we talk about the problems so often, but maybe not so much about the solutions.
Well, 2 key solutions. One is to ban gerrymandering and give us independent, nonpartisan redistricting. And another key solution is to address this problem of money in politics. And maybe Republicans in Wisconsin will be more agreeable to this now that the Democrats are showing that they can raise a ton of money, outside money too. But, you know, our democracy shouldn't be a tug of war between a handful of billionaires on the left and a handful of billionaires on the right. In a democracy, we should all have an equal tug on that rope. And so we need to limit the amount of money that individuals can donate, limit the amount of money that outside groups can spend, and require disclosure of all the money that's flowing in here so people know who's throwing the mud that's splattering on their screens during election season.
Okay, that was a little out of the realm of our bills, but I think we got the message loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna back up a bit because Representative Nealon has to go to another meeting. We're gonna have he and Senator Strobel testify on Senate Bill 210. So, 208, sorry. So we can have, so the representative can move on to his other very important meetings.
I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear that. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, it'll be a a nice diversion here.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. Good afternoon again. Senate Bill 208 is a common sense transparency measure designed to increase public confidence in the state level administration of our election laws. Under state law, the Wisconsin Elections Commission is not required to post copies of their meeting minutes on their website. This bill, with the author's amendment, requires WEC to post copies of meeting minutes and texts of motions debated on the commission's website. Under state law, governmental bodies must maintain a record of their proceedings. I know the commission maintains these records and has provided my office with copies of meeting minutes when requested, but the commission does not currently post these meeting minutes on its website or proactively make them available to the public. Other governmental bodies such as counties, municipalities, technical college districts, other districts are required to publish copies of their meeting minutes. The legislature itself not only publishes the text of bills introduced, but it also makes the actions of committees and chambers available online. Legislation introduced both last session and this session seeks to allow the publication of meeting minutes online to replace the mandate that certain governing bodies publish their meeting minutes in newspapers. Both that proposal and this proposal is a pragmatic nod to the increasingly digital information space where the public consumes news about their government. By posting meeting minutes online, WEC can contribute to a more informed debate about its role in election administration. Instead of relying on secondary sources of information or watching hours and hours of video footage of meetings, citizens would be able to personally review the commission's actions. If they were to attempt that now, they would need to request a copy of the meeting minutes from commission staff. As the commission itself noted in its February 2021 report about the 2020 election, during the peak election season, staff are already responding to hundreds of inquiries a day from local election officials, campaigns, media outlets, and interested citizens. Publication of meeting minutes online is a low-cost, high-impact way to increase transparency and public awareness of the commission's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your work on this bill. I think it's really important. I do have written testimony that I'll submit to the record, but I just want to provide one real world example of why this bill is important. We called WEC asking for a copy of motion language that was agreed upon at the previous WEC meeting. So they had that long, 10, 12-hour meeting. We followed it best we could. And there was different guidance that was they debated and voted on and carried out. So we went back the next day and we were told by a WEC employee that they could provide us that information. Like the senator said, that we asked about those motions and what was adopted, and we wanted to see the minutes. And they've made clear that, oh, well, these minutes aren't permanent or aren't adopted until the subsequent meeting. So we asked then, and they confirmed that the commission carries out and enforces the motions that they actually adopted in the minutes that they are not publicizing until the next meeting. So the public has no way of knowing what these guidances or what happened in the meeting until the next meeting. Now, to be fair, we can call them up and request them. But how many people that are curious about what actually transpired in that WEC meeting know that they can take the time to call WEC and have them directly send them that information? It should be widely available to all of our citizens, to all the voters in Wisconsin, what guidance was debated and what was passed and how that it could impact the next election that might happen before they even publish them. So I think this is a very important reform to make sure that there's transparency and that we have, sunshine shine on these decisions being made, and that the public has easy access to them and doesn't have to go through a process of getting a hold of somebody, providing their contact information and getting it sent, and they might not even know. So I think the more information that we can get out there to the general public about what WEC is doing, I think the better. So that's why I think this is an important bill.
Well, Representative, I can't agree with you more because that it must be the very same meeting that I was watching at midnight and waiting to, see and hear the debates, the arguments and the motions and where they ended up. So very good point and very effective on how you use that example. I hadn't thought about that. So the actions they're taking are being carried out before. So I'm a parliamentarian kind of person and I was a clerk, so I had to take minutes. And I know that the minutes are not official until they're approved. But very good point. If they're carrying out the functions once the motion is made and the vote is taken, very good. Yeah, that's important for all of us to know. So thank you. And Senator Strobel, thank you. Is there any questions from out in the cyber world?
Certainly, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Senator Royce.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious if if there are any other state agencies that have a statutory requirement for publishing their minutes within 24 hours.
We'll have legislative council check on that. Senator.
I already had legislative council check on that. And what the response we got was, quote, "The closest I came was language requiring the Snowmobile Recreation Council to make written meeting minutes available to any interested party upon request." So this is, I don't think anybody disagrees with the notion that we need transparency and the public has every right to monitor the Elections Commission, including getting timely minutes. I think the question is, should the Elections Commission be held to a completely different standard than any other state agency? I guess I'm wondering if the authors of the bill know how quickly the Senate journals or the Assembly journals are updated.
Well, what I will say is that other public entities do it, whether they're required by law or not. So it's sad to think that maybe we have to have a law to see that it happens. But if we don't have a law, and I couldn't speak specifically to that, I can tell you that the public agencies that I know do make this available, law or no law. Sadly, maybe WEC needs a law to do it, and I think they do need to do it. And if they need a law, so be it.
Well, I guess I think that there already is a law, which is, basically the open records laws. And, transparency is certainly a goal that I think we share. But if you look at what other state agencies are doing, I think it would be pretty rare to find a 24-hour consistent turnaround. I think about those meetings that go really late. What if there's a meeting that's late on Friday? That means that some employee has to go in on Saturday to post the minutes. It just seems like 24 hours is pretty arbitrary and not really practicable in all circumstances. And do we really want to start setting specific agencies up with specific legal deadlines rather than just saying, everybody has to comply with open records and open meetings laws, and you have to post your minutes as soon as practicable?
Well, to think that you have to go to an open meetings request to ensure transparency in our government is a place I don't want to go.
So, Ledge Council, do you have any amendment to what she said you said?
I did take a look at the statutes and I didn't find any other requirements for publishing meeting minutes within 24 hours. As was mentioned, I did note the Snowmobile Recreation Council is required to make its written meeting minutes available to any interested party upon request, but I didn't find any other 24-hour requirements.
Are there other requirements that maybe aren't 24, maybe they're 48 hours or anything like that?
I looked specifically at 24 hours. I don't recall any 48-hour requirements. There were some requirements, I remember maybe 5 or 10 days, but I wasn't looking specifically at that question.
So there's requirements, it's the time issue.
Correct, there are other time requirements, yes.
So I had a similar concern with that turnaround time as well, Senator. So if we can maybe be a
Well,
little more
we can look at
flexible
that.
on that.
Sure.
And just know that in the minute-taking world, having done minutes for many, for local government and making those minutes available and posting that they're draft minutes and not approved, which is one of the things that we would have to, the election commission would do. I did it at the county level on the county board website and that sort of thing. And since so many are working remotely these days, that if they did need to, do it, through remote access, they could possibly get that done as well. But I think 24 hours is also a little too restrictive. But certainly, 3 days would be probably more appropriate, considering that sometimes the election commission gets an emergency meeting on a Friday, so.
I'd just add one thing. WEC actually met the day before the April election. So, maybe if it's going to potentially impact something within that, 3-day or 48-hour period, maybe there'd be a different stipulation there because, they met the day before the election. They made decisions that impacted the election. And so, that's just an incident I think people should be aware of.
Okay, fair enough. Any other questions or concerns? Minutes really only need to be actions and motions. So, we don't need the blow by blow, but just the motion and the actions in the minutes. So they could probably make that available pretty readily. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we are going to back up now to testimony from the public and Debbie Moran. Are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome, Debbie. You can take it away.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to Senate Bill 207, correct?
You can comment on that one or any of the other ones all at one time if you'd like.
Oh, okay. I think I'll stick with 207 and just leave it at that for now. I'm listening carefully to what everyone has to say and wanted to put in some information based on my experiences and what I've read in some of the material. So I know someone had mentioned that the Center for Technology and Civic Life money was given to other municipalities in addition to the Wisconsin 5. They refer to it as the Wisconsin 5. I found it really interesting because from what I saw, the money that was given to other municipalities was in much smaller quantities, which other people have mentioned. And it came much later in the election cycle. So it was when word got out that these urban municipalities received the money. At that point in time, it seemed like there was scrambling to try to make it look like they weren't being biased towards big urban areas, and they wanted to make sure they put it out to other people. The timing was different as far as the receipt of that. And I know that they were talking about money coming into municipalities and that they see money as free speech. I'm concerned about that, and that's the only reason why I'm speaking against this bill is that I don't think it's strong enough to keep money completely 100% out of elections. Elections are a different animal, and an election administration is not the same thing as other parts of the government where people benefit from government services. Elections are the carrying out of the people's will. We're self-governing through elections. So it should not be that some groups can sway it in the way they see things with their quote unquote free speech money. I don't think I see it as free speech money. I see it as the authority to conduct elections, and that's where I see elections are different. I also wanted to bring to your attention the fact when they were talking about poll workers and that these elections are being administered impartially or on a nonpartisan basis. I don't know if anyone saw the meeting materials for the September 1st, 2020 Wisconsin Election Commission meeting report. In there is a report from Milwaukee, from Claire Woodall-Vogue, responding to a question about how is she going to have enough poll workers. And it was interesting to note what she said in her reply. She was going to find poll workers that could, like she had stated earlier, were younger so that COVID-19 wouldn't be an issue. She listed 3 organizations that she was working with to recruit these poll workers, and this is in writing in the report. She said she was going to go to SEIU, to Souls to the Polls, and to Fight for 15 as organizations that she was going to recruit poll workers from. Those are pretty partisan organizations, and that's fine. Other people have said that they can hold their opinion, and I totally agree with that. But I didn't see anything about going to, I don't know, the Young Republicans or Students for Pro-Life, anything like that, where people might have differing points of view so that we can keep this fair and balanced. There was nothing in the report on that. She further stated, when asked if she would be needing National Guard troops for the November election, because this was in a report on being prepared for the November election, and her reply was, and I quote, "The city of Milwaukee does not have the authority to deploy National Guard troops. Since becoming executive director, I have hired a new deputy director who has a background in community organizing and leadership development. He has an extensive professional network and already begun to create a communication and recruitment plan." So what's nonpartisan to one person is not nonpartisan to other people. And that's why I don't think you're going to ever be able to get any money near elections and be distributed equitably, because nonpartisan definition is in the eye of the beholder. And we have people running elections who have different opinions than people that are not in the process or are not in these places of positions of authority. So that's just something I would consider, and I would ask you to consider in this Senate Bill 207. And when they were talking about the money, and Claire was talking about how this money was a lifesaver, I can believe it, that this was really great to have this much money. But I would like to make sure that everyone's aware that the federal government gave the state of Wisconsin HAVA grant money in 2018 to the tune of $7 million. And then in 2020, 2 years later, the federal government gave the state of Wisconsin $7.8 million in HAVA grant money. And then again in 2020, the federal government gave the state of Wisconsin $7.3 million. And that HAVA grant money for 2020, the $7.8 million, did not have to be used for security like it was first earmarked. When the pandemic came on, they were freed up to use that HAVA grant money as it related to CARES Act issues and pandemic issues. So I just would like to just reiterate, I'm making sure I'm checking through my notes, that people have said, well, other agencies or other units of government are able to receive money from private sources. Other units of government are not elections and election administration, and that's where it is a different animal. And I think when we define it differently, we can see where we should say, no, this is not the same thing as services to collect garbage or to plow the streets. This is a totally different animal, and it should be treated that way. And for people to whitewash it and say, well, this isn't any different, they can hire whomever they want. And I like the fact that you're going to look at that whole idea that I think Megan Wolf called it home rule, where the municipal governance structure can hire whomever they want for whatever reason they want, and WEC has no say or control over it. And I think that's another thing that needs to be looked at. So my only request on this bill is that you do not allow 1 red cent of private money to be used in any, to be distributed in any manner as far as elections go. And I think if these people really are concerned about the citizens in the state of Wisconsin, they can put that money in the general fund to reduce our taxes. I'd appreciate that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Moran? Senator Strobel.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. And I agree, this is totally different than collecting the garbage or anything like that. And I respect your opinion and where you're coming from on it, but I just so you know, what this bill does is it eliminates all strings to this money. But I mean, every string possible, unlike the way this money was doled out with numerous strings and clawbacks and so on. The bill intent of the bill is to distribute on a per capita basis to each municipality. But, you know, if the municipality wants to use that money to pick up garbage, they could, because there's zero strings attached on it. It is not, that is the intent of this bill. So just to at least clarify that, I don't know if that has anything to do with your thinking, changes your thinking at all, but I just at least want to make you aware of that.
Oh, well, thank you. So it doesn't need to be spent on elections?
That's correct.
Well, that part I like. I really am concerned if it goes to elections, and I think that was mentioned before with Senator Bernier's bill on the indefinitely confined, and what the legislative intent was for that bill and how it got misinterpreted, and the damage was done before anyone could straighten out the issue. And we're still living with the ramifications of some of the people that are interpreting the laws and applying the laws, doing all the damage that we all have to live with. And I'm afraid that if this was only supposed to be spent on elections, that the same thing would happen with this. So I like the fact that I just think it should be prohibited from being spent on elections.
Hold on just a second. I want to ask Legislative Council something. So Legislative Council, this money would go through the Wisconsin Election Commission, correct? And could the Election Commission stipulate that it must be used for elections?
So under the bill, it is prohibiting any municipalities from accepting grants or private donations for election administration, but it is allowing the Wisconsin Election Commission to receive those kinds of monies for purposes of election administration. But then the provision about distribution just says that it has to be distributed on a per capita basis. So under that provision, it does not require that it would have to be used for election administration. In addition, there is a provision that would require approval by joint finance prior to the Election Commission distributing the funds. So there is a reference to WEC receiving grants and donations for the purposes of election administration, but then the provision regarding distribution to locals on a per capita basis doesn't mention election administration.
Well, okay. I appreciate your testimony. I guess my conversation will be offline with Senator Strobel on picking up garbage with the Election Commission money, or the money that goes to Election Commission. So we'll talk about that later. Any other questions for Ms. Moran? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anjali Bahasin. Oh my goodness, did I pronounce that? Did I pronounce that correctly?
It's Anjali Basin. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Thanks for checking in.
Sure.
Afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Bernier and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Anjali Basin, and I'm the Civic Engagement Director with Wisconsin Conservation Voters. We have offices in Madison, Milwaukee, Eau Claire, and Green Bay, where we work with our network of over 40,000 members and supporters to engage voters to protect our environment and democracy. We work in close partnership with other democracy groups around the state. As an American, we know that few things are more important than the right to vote and ensuring all people, regardless of their race, gender, or zip code, have the opportunity to vote. It is fundamental that Wisconsinites should have the opportunity to make their voices heard and to be able to participate in elections. Unfortunately, SB 207 and SB 210 create barriers for voters. We urge you to oppose Senate Bill 207 and Senate Bill 210. More specifically, in regards to Senate Bill 207, we are concerned about the impact on municipal clerks' ability to administer their elections, and particularly about the restrictions on poll worker recruitment. As we have seen over the course of the last year, poll workers are essential to the operation of polling places and making voting accessible. Without poll workers, citizens often face a reduction in polling locations and long lines. Additionally, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, longer wait times at the polls often disproportionately impact Black and Brown communities. We're also concerned about the undue burden that these restrictions will place on local municipal clerks as they try to administer elections. On October 16th, 2020, just 2 weeks before the November general election, 51 Wisconsin municipalities still needed poll workers. Even in our most recent April 6th election, we know of at least 2 municipalities that were still searching for poll workers just 2 weeks before the elections. In regards to Senate Bill 210, we urge committee members to oppose SB 210. We are concerned that by reducing the observation area to be no more than 3 feet away from where voters register to vote or sign in to vote, it could create an environment of harassment or intimidation. On election day, we know there can be anywhere from 1 to 3 observers at a polling location. And according to SB 210, all 3 of those observers would have to be within 3 feet of the sign-in or the voter registration table. So we know that's, a small area, a number of different people. And with the small distance that many individuals concentrated near a voter could create an environment of intimidation. Additionally, when registering to vote, individuals are often sharing personal information, which could include their driver's license number, personal banking information, or other sensitive information. Voters deserve to have privacy when sharing this information with election workers. Wisconsinites deserve privacy when casting their votes, and they deserve to be able to vote in an environment free of harassment. We urge members of the committee to oppose SB 207 and SB 210 as they create unnecessary barriers to voting. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions? I just have one. In your testimony, do you consider observers harassers?
I do not consider observers harassers. I think observers play a vital role in our democratic process, and I think they're essential. I think really the idea of having, sometimes having so many individuals, all around one voter could feel intimidating for an individual.
Okay, because, having trained for elections and working with poll workers and clerks and having been a county clerk, I always train all of our poll workers and clerks that observers are a part of the electoral process, that they're just as important to that process and have just as much right to be there as the rest of us, because they're integral in proving that we are exercising our duties and responsibilities and carrying out elections in the most transparent and confident way possible. So just in your testimony, it sounded to me like you felt that observers were a hindrance. I see them as a part of the process, understanding your concern that if we have, and I think Senator Darling will be here shortly, to say that if you have 3 or 4 or 5 all in one spot, we will have a problem in Houston or wherever the city might lie. So I understand your concern there, but also I'm working to help clerks and election officials understand that observers are there for a really good purpose, and it is important for us not to treat them in a poor manner. And you are using observers and harassment interchangeably. I have heartburn over that.
Senator Bernier, let me make a clarification. We very much believe in observers and believe in their importance, and I agree with you on the importance of observers, and definitely did not intend for that to sound analogous with harassment, because again, I agree with you on the importance of observers, and very much think they're an integral part of our democracy.
Perfect. I knew you would say that. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thomas Clayson, ACLU of Wisconsin. Welcome, Thomas. You can take it away whenever you're positioned.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. My name is Tomas Clausen. I'm the American Civil Liberties Union of Wisconsin's Community Engagement Manager. We're here to raise concerns about portions of SB 207, 210, and 213. The ACLU's Voting Rights Project has worked to protect the gains in political participation won by racial and language minorities since the passage of the original Voting Rights Act in 1965. Here in Wisconsin, the ACLU has worked on voting rights for almost as long, and among many other nonpartisan organizations has been a lead partner in the Wisconsin Election Protections Coalition for more than 15 years. The purpose of the Wisconsin election protection is to protect voters' rights, to expose and prevent voter intimidation, and to preserve access to the polls for all eligible voters. We do this by both staffing a hotline and deploying observers and attorneys to polling places to respond to voter concerns. This initiative also allows us to document problems and best practices to improve election administration and to ensure elections continue to be free, fair, and accessible in Wisconsin. The many years we've observed elections in Wisconsin has given us a deep insight into the process as it currently exists. We oppose SB 207, election administration that facilitates voters casting their ballots quickly and efficiently can be very costly. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that many of the more than 1,800 municipalities that administer elections in Wisconsin simply lack adequate financial resources to run efficient elections when emergency changes are needed. Since the April 2020 election, municipalities have faced poll worker shortages that have required them to increase poll worker compensation just to keep traditional polling locations open to voters. More than 200 Wisconsin communities from Abbotsford to Wrightstown received assistance from the Center for Tech and Civic Life last year. This assistance helped them ensure the highest turnout election Wisconsin has ever had throughout the entire state, something that Wisconsin and this legislature should be proud of. Prohibiting and in some cases even criminalizing such assistance will only serve to undermine election efficiency and increase burdens on local clerks' strained municipal budgets. For these reasons, we oppose SB 207. Concerning SB 210, we certainly support allowing observers, including nonpartisan observers, to view the voting process, including the recount process as SB 10 provides. That opportunity, however, must be balanced against the rights of voters to vote in private and free from intimidation. Too often in years past, as Wisconsin election protection reports have indicated, observers had stepped over the boundary between observing and the invasion of privacy, and in some circumstances, intimidation. For instance, some observers had tried to view proof of residence documents, which often contain private information, sometimes including bank account numbers, social security numbers, addresses and information around people's leases, municipal bills, etc. Some have stood almost on top of voters or poll workers in a manner that some have seen as intimidating and infringing on the secrecy of their ballot. Others have tried to interfere with poll workers' performance of their duties rather than communicating with the chief inspector about potential issues that they are seeing. The current law, which allows observers to be at least 3 feet, but not more than 8 feet from the registration voting tables, is critical to preserving voters' privacy and integrity of the election process. Requiring observers to be less than 3 feet from voters, as SB 10 does, will invade voters' privacy and intimidate too many voters and poll workers. As a result, we oppose SB 210. Finally, with respect to SB 213, we are concerned about efforts to allow forum shopping for certain violations of law. We are also concerned that, as written, the bill would allow any and all of the million Wisconsin voters to file complaints with the Wisconsin Election Commissions based on a person's belief that election laws have been violated or have occurred. As a result, complaints apparently could be filed by voters who possess no personal knowledge that a violation of law has occurred, or without providing any meaningful quantum of evidence or information that supports their belief that a violation of law has occurred. Such a law has the potential to inundate the Wisconsin Elections Commission with frivolous complaints and divert staff time and money from its primary task of ensuring and overseeing free and fair elections in Wisconsin. Again, we urge you not to move forward with Senate Bills 207 and 213 in their entirety. Also, while we support the idea that observers should be allowed to view recounts, we urge you not to move forward with Senate Bill 210 as written. Thank you so much for having us testify today, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Senator Strobel, you have a question.
Hi, thanks for your testimony today. So on 207, you have a problem with the perceived poll worker issue, but do you then not have a problem with fair and equitable per capita distribution of those funds across the state?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I'm not sure I'm
Yeah,
understanding.
okay. With 207, there's a couple elements to it, and one of them is, hey, you know, if you want to give money to a particular municipality, you know, some specific municipality, that wouldn't be permitted. You'd have to donate that money to WEC, and then WEC would distribute to all the municipalities fairly on a per capita basis. So that's one element of the bill. And then the other element of the bill, as you alluded to, said that, you know, it would be harmful for poll worker recruitment because employees, you know, would be potentially discriminated against as workers. So at least that was seemed to be how I would characterize what your statement was. So it seemed as though you had a problem with that limitation of the not having what I would perceive would be, you know, partisan employees, and they have to be employees working on elections. So I think we have a difference of opinion there. But do we have a difference of opinion on the per capita distribution of money?
I'm not exactly sure because the grants were open to every municipality. And as I mentioned, 200 Wisconsin communities applied for and received the funding. So every Wisconsin community had the opportunity to apply for the grant funding. Some chose not to.
Yeah, like I said, 1,600 of them didn't get anything. And we also found out that there was a huge discrepancy on the basis of, you know, voters per 100,000, how much money went to various communities. So it certainly wasn't equitably distributed. And I guess I just wasn't clear in your testimony if you're okay with that part and just with the employee part, but it sounds like you're not okay with either part then of that bill.
Like I said, the grants were available to all communities. Not every community decided to apply for them. So they were equitably available. They just weren't equitably necessarily applied for. But I can't speak on behalf of municipalities that decided not to apply for the grants.
Well, they certainly weren't equitably distributed, or knowledge of the ability for that matter. I know we're really not on SB 213, but you're up here. And as far as SB 13, right now, any citizen can place a complaint with WEC right now. I mean, anybody can, that nothing's changing in that regard. And as far as what SB 13 does, it really only empowers one other person in a DA, only a DA from an adjoining county to bring forth an action regarding what they would feel would be something that disenfranchised their voters. So it doesn't really have anything to do with hundreds of complaints, flooding, and so on. And as far as, our courts have a way to handle frivolous claims, and it's been around for a long time. And so if a complaint is frivolous, there certainly is a mechanism to deal with it. So.
Absolutely. I'm a trained attorney, so I'm certainly aware of
So you know that.
motion to dismiss.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Matt Batzel? Speaking in favor, and he's here in person. You can take it away whenever you get seated.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Bernier, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Matt Batesel, and I am from the village of Cedar Grove in Sheboygan County. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity today. I come here today to speak in my personal capacity about the need to safeguard our Wisconsin elections. I'm an attorney, member of the Wisconsin Bar, and have been an election observer for numerous elections across the state. We need to ensure that voters have confidence in the integrity of our elections. We can do that by supporting these 4 bills before you today. And I do want to thank Senator Strobel and other authors for bringing forth these needed pieces of legislation. My first point is that we need to make sure that our election laws are consistent and applied equally throughout the state. Many small and rural communities across the state do not have the same access to voting as those in major cities. My small village of Cedar Grove has a clerk who does an excellent job, by the way, but she has set hours. She is not there from 8 to 5. She doesn't work on Saturdays. So absentee voting in person hours are limited when she is working in the office, or you can make an appointment, which is difficult to do on short notice. On 2 different occasions in past election cycles, I have dropped by the office to try to vote in person before 5 o'clock, only to find out that the office was closed. She was not there. I'm turned away from voting in that particular instance. Compare that to the city of Green Bay in this last election, November. They had weekdays in-person voting until 6:30 p.m. on some days, available voting on Saturdays, and you're hearing about some of the different things outside groups did to help enable more of those voting opportunities. Our election laws should have uniformity across the state, and it should be transparent, and it should also be fair to small and rural communities. Second, we need to make sure election observers are prioritized in the election process. Unfortunately, in 2020, many ignored state statutes and the public's right to access and watch the election. Undoubtedly, the denial of election observer access has led to less confidence in the integrity of our election process. I was an election observer in Milwaukee this past November election and have been in several locations and wards across different election cycles. I was also an election observer in recount back in 2016 in Sheboygan County. The election observer access as required in state law was routinely disregarded in November 2020. In Milwaukee wards 102 to 104, where I was, for instance, on election day, the location they required observers to sit or stand in was dozens of feet away from the actual voting process, instead of the short distance it should be under Wisconsin law. You could not hear voters announcing their name. You couldn't tell what was going on. It was like you're on the other side of a football field from what was taking place. Third, we have to work together to restore faith in our elections through requiring election administration, making sure that it's done in an impartial and nonpartisan way. The election should not be up for sale to the highest bidder or outside group. In September of 2020, I was contacted by a source in Green Bay expressing concern over outside funding of the election. So I started watching and researching what was taking place and who was behind this effort. As you know, we've heard today, Mark Zuckerberg, the Zuckerbucks, as it's called, he funded Center for Tech and Civic Life, which gave out grants with strings attached all around the country. Green Bay, they received Safe Election Grant that totaled $1.6 million from CTCL.
You can look at who works at CTCL and realize that they used to be Obama for America staffers with New Organizing Institute. It does not take very long to figure out that these are left-leaning progressive groups with an agenda. Open records requests and independent reporting have demonstrated the troubling way the city of Green Bay handled their election. You've heard some of this today. The grant that they received was nearly 5 times the amount of the city of Green Bay had budgeted for their 2020 elections. I've read through most of the open records reports and reporting on the Green Bay election scandal and found a disturbing pattern of partisan actors taking over the election administration. As you know, local elected clerks or local city clerks are the ones who are supposed to run Wisconsin elections, including central count. But as part of the grant agreement, Green Bay was required to work with CTCL partners on election security, safety, and get out the vote efforts. So not just trying to provide PPE, but actually trying to turn out certain voters in certain communities that would benefit certain candidates. Democratic operative Michael Spitzer Rubenstein was one such partner, intricately involved in helping Green Bay run its election. Spitzer Rubenstein is the Wisconsin state lead for the National Vote at Home Institute, and he in many ways ran the election there in the city of Green Bay. Wisconsin Statute 715-2M states in a municipality in which the governing body has elected to establish an alternate absentee ballot site, municipal clerk shall operate such site as though it were his or her office for absentee ballot purposes and shall ensure that such site is adequately staffed, end quote. Yet in Green Bay, it was Spitzer Rubenstein who was calling many of the shots. And other partisan figures from Green Bay's mayor's office, including Massachusetts Democrat Ahmad Rivera Wagner, who recently ran in 2018, was on the state Senate ballot there in a Democratic primary and lost. Also spoke at Antifa rallies in Massachusetts, a far left-wing progressive. He was doing the clerk's job as well, and such as recruiting poll workers, staffing the various times, training poll workers at the central count location. And records now show that the former city clerk, Chris Teskey, was bullied out of her job. She formally took a leave of absence prior to the election, and other emails revealed that she voiced concerns about the other city staff in the clerk's office threatening to quit due to the political nature of what was taking place, both from CTCL grant money and the highly partisan actors from the Green Bay mayor's office. When Chris Teskey blew the whistle on what took place, the city and their allies tried to silence and discredit her. First, they sidelined her from running the election, then they tried to quiet her. In October, a source of mine warned me about the potential takeover of what was taking place by out-of-state left-wing interests, but we had no idea it was this bad and this hostile of a takeover. With her then taking a leave of absence, the door was opened, there was a leadership vacuum, out-of-state left-wing interests took over many activities of running the election administration. These partisan actors were even there setting up how central count was to be run, authoring the city's manual for running central count in addition to having keys to the location. Spitzer Rubenstein's conduct was so inappropriate that on election day, Mayor Genrich even removed him from his roles after a complaint was filed. So make no mistake, they are even admitting that this was inappropriate. This was due to, you could find this on open records requests. So to sum it up, Wisconsin must work to restore faith in our elections. And there's a lot of work to do. And it comes to the legislature first to do these things. There's only certain things you can do, but it takes all of us coming together in this. It is incredibly important that we safeguard our elections in Wisconsin from these partisan actors to be able to take over the running of our elections. Passing these reforms will help to restore the public's confidence in these elections. So I encourage you to vote to pass these 4 bills before you today. We need to continue to allow it to be easy to vote in Wisconsin, but hard to cheat. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I just have one question of you. So you live in a small town, I imagine, with a town clerk who has another job?
It may be a full-time job, but she'll work 7 to 3 and it's different on different days. So it's hard to know her schedule. It may be a full-time job.
Okay, so, I happen to be in a village and my village closes at noon on Friday too. So if I gotta make sure but they will make an appointment to allow me to vote afternoon if I make sure I call ahead. So are you suggesting in your comment that we statutorily dictate that all clerks will be open for business from one time to another?
But as you know, there's litigation that dictates a lot of this. I would say the more you can have it to be fair to small communities, the better. I don't like the idea of unfunded mandates to local clerks either. So I think there's a balancing there, but my point is there are hurdles to voting in small communities that we often don't look at as we're focusing on hurdles or other discussions. The larger cities tend to dominate the discussion of what's taking place, and it's actually maybe harder to vote in small communities.
It is. So we have towns with a population of 250, and the clerk is extraordinarily part-time. And of course, runs many fewer voters through. So I would be very hesitant to dictate specific hours for clerks, because it just wouldn't work. We have, what is it, 1,800 municipalities, and one size doesn't fit all, for sure. So have you observed elections other than 2020? Did you draw any comparisons with how, God willing, we'll pass this pandemic and the phobia, whether justified or otherwise, real or imaginary, in regard to what the pandemic has caused all of us. Did you observe in the past where observers were required to stand beyond 8 feet? They were not allowed to be within that 3 to 8 feet at other elections, or just in 2020?
2020 was extremely different in how it was handled. And you look at, I think people trying to do their job, and thanks so many election officials are administering this election in a difficult time, and balancing that was not an easy thing. But this is where, if we have clear guidelines and make sure that it is important that we have the public being able to see what happens. I think reminding certain actors of that, and there certainly are bad actors that are trying to undermine those guidelines and look for loopholes. Certainly out of state people coming in, trying to tell us what Wisconsin law says, writing manuals for how to run central count, for instance, and then in particular Spitzer Rubenstein suggesting that they didn't allow the public at all in one email and open records request. These are very troubling things. And so in safeguarding our elections, I think it's important that we have those clear guidelines and look for the patterns. But I don't necessarily see a pattern of dismissing election observers across all the election cycles.
So I've been around here probably too long, because I remember when the law was, and I trained poll workers and clerks, that you need to place the observers behind the poll workers, close enough where they can see and hear. That is the way the law was stated. And then we got into the finger pointing about observers being harassed or harassing. And then we ended up having to state the law, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, to say, okay, maybe 3 to 8 feet would be better, so that they're not right on top of them, and that will keep the friction from occurring. And allow for observers to really have some statutory detail of 3 to 8 feet. And now we're back at it again, to where we're going to be addressing the same issue, 3 feet. So in your opinion, being an observer, do you see too many observers all within the 3-foot framework? Because I know that you're not going to come back up and testify, are you? You kind of covered all of it.
No, this is for all the bills.
Yeah, so that's why excuse me for diverting but I just want to get your opinion on what to do when we have several observers all wanting to be at that 3-foot distance, and how to handle that. I would like your opinion on that.
Yeah, and each polling place is different. Space concerns can be different. So the clearer the guideline, I think the better, as long as parties view it as having a representative there. So and it's always hard to get election observers, at least that's what it seems like from emails prior to elections, It's hard to staff election, different challenges out there, but having at least a person who could represent the interest or they could take different shifts and share that responsibility of being close, I think is important. But you know, a lot of times we do this through a two-party lens. And so as myself, I don't sign in as under one political party or another. I do it independent. I'm independent of them. And I actually, as an attorney, are probably going to view things a little bit differently. And I don't mean to come in and if there's an election observer from one political party there who seems to have it covered for one person, I kind of am the sort of person who wants to see and hear what's going on as well. So the more we can do to have it so that it's not just one political party member, but that is also open to independent individuals representing themselves there, I think is helpful. You know, limiting that as space requires, you know, certainly could be a part of that process, but I think we want to work to having more access for election observers.
Yeah, I'm glad Senator Darling is here to hear that part of the testimony, because that is one of the challenges I've seen as an election official. And one of the concerns of other election officials is that it just so happens that we have, you know, an independent, we have a Democrat, we have two Democrats, two Republicans, and there's not enough room for that many people sitting around the registration or the table where they receive voters information. So I know we have to address it because if it goes unaddressed, it's going to be a future fight. We're going to be back here with the same issue because this is the third time in my career that we've had the same discussion over and over again. So I appreciate that. Any other questions from committee members? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So we're at that point of registering. Molly Coranda Sell is registering in favor, and Mary Botari, City of Madison, is registering against. And now we'll move on to, which bill are we on? 208. The authors to Senate Bill 208, Senator Strobel. No, they already did that. Okay. Okay, Debbie Moran, do you want to speak in regard to Senate Bill 208?
Yes, hello, thank you.
Go ahead.
Whoa, it comes quickly. I get used to listening and now I have to shift gears. Yes, I'd like to speak to Senate Bill 208. And just to be clear, this is the one about the minutes, the WEC minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes, I'm speaking in favor of that. Make sure I got that right. Yes, I'm speaking in favor of that. But I wanted to just do one really quick comparison on 207 that I forgot to bring up. We have come a long way from in 10 years, because I'm looking at a memo to the clerks on the WEC website that was issued to them by Nate Robinson. I don't know if you remember him, but he issued a caution to the clerks on July 28th, 2011, cautioning the clerks against relying on third-party election information. And he proceeds to tell them that it would be best that they should only rely on the Wisconsin statutes, and at that time GABs, authorized publications and official communications, and that they should not be consulting or dealing with third-party groups. Fast forward 10 years, and we have Megan Wolf saying it's fine for people to talk to third-party groups because we just can't know everything about this. That's how much this has changed in 10 years. With the clerks being warned.
Quote from her, Deb? I hate to interrupt because I just.
It's a quote from her on it's a quote from her when she testified, and the poor woman had to testify for 2 hours straight. So, but it was her testimony on March 31st in the Assembly Election Committee informational hearing.
Okay, so she said it was fine for them to take third-party funding and.
No, I don't know if she said funding, and I can find it. I can go through it and find it and let you know exactly where, but it was fine for them to get ideas from each other, and the clerks did not have to come to WEC because WEC wouldn't know. She said, I'm not going to know everything that's going on. So clerks can talk to other clerks can talk to outside groups, and then because they have this local governance structure, they can do what they think is right. They can hire, if they feel like they want to hire a consultant, they have every right now to hire a consultant because they believe that was in the best interest of their election administration for their municipality. And she compared it to all the other types of governmental unit hiring, that they have that freedom. So it was pretty shocking to hear that because I don't agree with it. So, but
Well,
it was
I
just,
don't think she was saying it in context of her opinion. She was saying it in context of the law and that there's no restrictions because we have local governments who are fully authorized to run elections at the local level. So I want to caution people who testify that, there's a fine line here of defamation, in my opinion. And so if you're going to quote her, I want the exact quote unquote, not making accusations in the process.
okay, I will get you the exact quote unquote from that testimony. I will tell you where you can find it on the actual videotape of it so that you can see. And I'm not disparaging her or libeling her or anything like that.
All right.
Okay, so I'll get that for you so you can see it. And it is a big difference from what the clerks were being told 10 years ago. So I can get that to you, obviously not right now. So on that note, I'll move on to Senate Bill 208. And I have to say, as a citizen who attempts to follow the Wisconsin Election Commission meetings, which I've been told there's been many more because of the circumstances. I think like 40 to some, we have to make sure I get my facts right here. There's a high number of election commission meetings this last time. Where is it? Over 40 meetings apparently in the year 2020. So, and there's been meetings without minutes. And to try to attempt to follow them as a citizen, I can tell you that this bill is fantastic. It would make my task much easier. And I wanted to just point out, and I can send you to the exact place. This is on the Wisconsin Election Commission website. The date of the meeting is September 1st, 2020. And if you go to the website and you look at their agenda, on September 1st of 2020, at that meeting, on their agenda, they were going to approve the minutes of 4 previous meetings. They were going to approve the minutes of the June 10th meeting, the July 30th meeting, the July 30th emergency meeting, and the August 20th special meeting, all on September 1st, which does make it difficult to follow what's going on. Furthermore, on the March 2nd, 2021 WEC meeting via Zoom, I was watching it. That's like the 12-hour meeting, and it was very ambitious. The agenda was very ambitious, and it was a marathon meeting, and I agreed with the chair that this having 12-hour meetings is obscene. And I'm only listening. I'm not, participating, and I think it's just difficult. But the problem that I had was that I went through the entire meeting materials. I'm assuming all those meeting materials were noticed, but because the meeting was going so long and they took a long time on the initial subjects, they didn't get down to the end of the issues. So I found that I wanted to have them talk about I wanted to see that they were talking about the procurement issues. They had items on there where they spent money for positions, and I would love to have heard a discussion on that. I would love to have heard why voter cancellation and voter verification postcards are being processed by the WEC help desk staff. I didn't think that was something that they could do. I would love to have heard that they were saying that they're getting a delay from the Census Bureau report, which will then impact the redistricting process, and to know who the local disability groups were that they were partnering with. They didn't get to any of those issues because they were at the end of the meeting. And the biggest issue that I wanted to hear some discussion on was the fact that Megan Wolf, this is in the minutes, so I'm not disparaging anyone, Megan Wolf granted permission to Two Rivers to use paper ballots. One sentence on one sheet of paper, that was it. We had page after page after page about problems with creases in ballots and how it affected the election, and how papers could be folded differently, and on and on and on. And then we had this issue, and it was one sentence that Megan Wolf granted permission, and that was it. No other information was given. And now my question is, that was noticed, it wasn't discussed. I suppose maybe there wasn't a motion that needed to be made, so maybe I would never hear it. We'll never get back to those issues. So that's why I like, Senate Bill 2008. I don't know if it'll answer all the questions or situations that I've come up against, but I do think it's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So have you checked to see if there's been another agenda out there with those agenda items, or they just never took them up again?
Well, there's not another meeting. I don't think the regular meetings, I'm not sure when their next regular meeting was or is scheduled to be held. But from experience, if they don't get through the entire meeting materials, they just the next time, they have so much that they try to cover that they're just done with. And usually I just go, okay, well, we didn't get to that. But this time I was like, boy, I really like to hear a discussion on those items. Okay. So that's what made me start to think about it. And then when this bill came up, I thought, yeah, that would be really good. And, I'm sure the staff would like this one too, because those of us who call, I have to say they do answer all the questions. They get back to you. They're very helpful in that regard. But I mean, it's kind of informal, and I think they get sick of hearing from some of us, but we just want to get some information.
Okay. Did you ask whether it was appropriate or inappropriate for a municipality to do paper ballots? Did you ask why she gave that direction?
No, I didn't ask anything on it. I don't know, this was the March meeting. I didn't get back to it, but I did say to someone, I'm very interested in that, and why, she would why she had to give permission, because then, and I don't know what issues WEC has to have the authority on, and what issues WEC just has to issue guidance and hands off, and they don't have to give authority. And I don't think that's very clear. I think it's pretty loose as far as, at least just from an outsider looking in, it looks like there isn't a set procedure as to what falls under WEC's authority and what doesn't.
Okay, so if it makes you feel any better, there's a lot of, well, first of all, Wisconsin has all paper ballots, one way or the other, even on touch screens. Second of all, there's municipalities out there, small towns that use paper ballots yet, and it's lawful to do so, and they hand count them. So if there was a municipality who was having problems with electronic voting equipment, and they called and asked permission to just, use paper ballots and count them by hand, that would certainly be within the realm of her authority.
Okay, so she would have to have the authority to issue, to give, the permission to Two Rivers to use the paper ballots, but she was not at all consulted to allow, say, Green Bay to hire an outside third-party consultant to run their elections.
The law is clear on what's appropriate for paper ballots. I'm not even sure the municipality, Two Rivers, even needed to call her, because there's always a backup plan. If your electronic equipment doesn't work and you use a paper ballot, you put it in the side pocket, and so it might be why there wasn't a whole lot said about it, because it is within the realm of the state statutory authority, and Ledge Council moved out, so I'm in charge here on interpretation of laws. So that is the case. The law does not disallow municipalities to take money to use for election purposes or maybe any other purpose. Currently, it is why we're creating the law now. And so it's not within the authority of the Election Commission currently to disallow a municipality. We have a very, very diverse electoral process where there's the Wisconsin Election Commission has roles and responsibilities. The county clerks have roles and responsibilities on creating ballots and getting election supplies to the municipal clerks. We're one of 2 states in the entire nation where local government elected officials, clerks in particular, are responsible for election administration and election day activity. And they have a lot of authority and latitude to make a lot of decisions at the local level where most states do not. It's run at the county level. And so if she said it is up to the municipality to make that decision to take the money or not take the money, it is correct. We don't have a law that would not allow local governments to take whatever money to run election day activity.
Right, and in addition, aside from the money, it was hiring someone to run the elections who wasn't a clerk, hiring a staff members. So the hiring aspect, and I can get you that documentation from the assembly meeting hearing. I'll get you the document.
Correct. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say she's in favor or not in favor of that, but it is the truth of it. It's up to the municipality at this point.
Right, and that's all I was stating too, was that, that not that Megan Wolf is stating her position on it, but she's just stating that we don't have any control over that. And yet when a municipality wants to use paper ballots, they have to get permission from her. And I'm not saying that is the case. That was just that sentence you can read in the meeting materials for that meeting. It's right there. It's one sentence on one sheet of paper, nothing else on it. And so I'm like, well, what does that mean? I can't wait till they discuss this. And they moved on. They didn't discuss it.
Well, it may be confusing, but it's kind of apples and orange comparisons. So any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We are going to move to George Christensen because he has to a meeting at 4 p.m. So George, are you tuned in?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on these items. And I also appreciate being allowed to speak on Senate Bills 208, 210, and 213 together at this time. Senate Bill 208, I didn't initially have any didn't initially register, and but I did want to add some comments. I agree that I think minutes are important, and I think that I would agree with the chairwoman that 24 hours is not necessarily reasonable, and I think if we can imagine anyone who's done minutes, I mean, to do minutes for a 6-hour meeting, let alone a 10-hour meeting, takes time. And so I just hope the committee will take another look at that and help them get to the point. I do know that the Wisconsin Election Commission puts out a memo after those meetings of the actions that are to municipal and county clerks. And I believe that they post that to their website as well. And so that might be something also that just for information purposes that you're aware of. And then perhaps they have a Gov delivery system where people can sign up, to receive notices to help the general public receive that. So I just wanted to make that comment. That was all on that. With respect to Senate Bill 210, the main problem I see with this is mandating that observation areas shall not be more than 3 feet from tables. It just doesn't make practical sense in many cases. There's so many variables that people have already mentioned, square footage, the configuration of the polling location, number of voters, and a number of observers, poll workers. And so I think that the intention here was to allow people the ability to observe. And I think we all agree with that. I felt that 3 to 8 feet is fine. If people are violating that at polling locations, that should be reported because that's the law. I think if the committee feels as though you want to narrow it, to 3 or to 6 feet or something, but I just think pigeonholing to one exact specific distance just doesn't make sense. And the way I read this bill too, it doesn't provide a minimum distance. So does that mean that observers can sit on someone's lap? Can they sit right next to somebody? It just doesn't make sense because that's what you'll get. You'll get people saying, well, why can't I sit at this table? And I just want you to, tighten this up a little bit. I think that would be important. And of course, it doesn't take into account extreme circumstances such as a pandemic. And will people be clerks, will municipal clerks be forced to choose between violating state law in this case, if this is passed, or violating federal guidelines? So I don't think you want to put them in that position. So I hope that you would consider amending it to a reasonable standard and still giving them some latitude. During the recount, for example, we did have everyone 3 feet from the table. Whereas a line on the floor, 3 feet. And the chairs were up to 3 feet, so people could sit on the chairs. And then, of course, they were a little closer to 3 feet. And still, we had people complaining, I can't see good. So you're always going to get people complaining. And so I just wanted to mention that even at 3 feet, you're going to have people that are going to complain. So that's my commentary on that. And then with respect to Senate Bill 213, eliminating the requirement to first file a complaint with the state elections commission really undermines the current process, in my opinion, and it undermines the election commission itself, which was created, I believe, by Republican leadership. And I think that I would like to see the leadership work to make positive changes, perhaps with the Wisconsin Election Commission structure, so things aren't bogged down by a 3-3 tie vote, for example. All the time, it's become very political and partisan in nature. And so I think that that's important. I also feel that step was done on purpose in order to provide an avenue for people that do want to file a complaint without having to pursue litigation first. And so I think that it was hopefully perhaps intended to prevent frivolous lawsuits. And I think that's important. And finally, the provision allowing anyone to file anywhere in the state for a statewide election, for example, to me is just opening a plethora of frivolous lawsuits. And you could see a circumstance where it would force election officials and or their legal representatives to have to travel to other counties to defend themselves. Thus wasting valuable limited resources, taxpayer dollars. So for example, imagine your municipal clerk from Chippewa Falls or Sheboygan Falls having to travel to a court hearing in Kenosha County or La Crosse County to defend themselves because someone heard something on the radio and said, oh, I'm going to file a lawsuit against this clerk. I just think that really isn't a good idea. I think that really should be considered because it's going to have a really impactful and perhaps unintended circumstance and consequence to it. So, in summary, I think this would be imposing a hardship on election officials and waste of taxpayer dollars. And, I want to close by just saying, as you know, the office of the county clerk is a partisan office in the state of Wisconsin. And while I am a proud Democrat, I do wear a nonpartisan hat when I administer elections. I'm very proud of that, and I take that duty very sacredly to remain nonpartisan and carry out our charge as election officials before, during, and after elections. Our job is to tally the votes, and whoever gets the most votes wins. Sometimes our personal choices for candidates win, we're happy. Sometimes they lose, we complain for 4 years. That's democracy. That's America. I would welcome the opportunity to work in a bipartisan fashion with this committee and legislative leaders from both parties to identify bona fide ways that we can improve upon our election processes that are well thought out and don't have unintended consequences. And with that, I'll thank the committee.
Thank you. Can you hang around for a little bit, Mr. Christensen, to answer a couple questions?
Yeah, I pushed it off to 4:15, so.
Good job. Senator Strobel.
Thank you. Just on SB 213, I just wanted to clarify a few things there for you. There still certainly is the mechanism to go through WEC if one chooses to. But as we found out that, there can be delays there. But it doesn't require that one go through first through WEC, but it allows them, and this is a person who is from that county, not from outside of the county, but actually a resident of that county, then to proceed through the courts with due process. And certainly if something is frivolous, they probably will have a very short life in court. And quite frankly, if it's frivolous, they might even be facing other consequences too. But the other issue is when you got off talking about other areas of the state, that's not how the bill reads. What the bill really says, I think maybe what you're getting at there is a DA, only a DA in an adjoining county that is involved with an election that crosses those county boundaries. That DA in an adjoining county could bring a case against the adjoining county if they felt that there was violations of election law going on. So it's only a DA in an adjoining county in that regard, not just anybody, and not just anybody from any county either.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Senator. I believe section 12.14 under venue indicates in an action for a violation of chapters 5 to 12, venue is proper in any county within the area covered by any office on the ballot for the election that is affected by the conduct alleged to be in violation. So that means if it's a statewide office, how I read that and how my legal corp counsel read that was that the action could be brought in any county. And perhaps we could seek clarification from your alleged.
I think maybe the issue here is that if the violation of law occurred in another county, yes, that DA from the other county couldn't do anything about it. But now if that violation did occur in a different county, this gives a DA in an adjoining county to bring an action regarding that. So that's what's new here.
Well, I appreciate that. Again, I don't see the word adjoining in here, and it says any person is authorized to file a complaint. And so any person in any county, the way this is read, and again, perhaps the committee would seek clarification from Ledge Council. The way this is worded, in my opinion, is any person in any county for a statewide office could file that complaint in a court in, for example, Sheboygan County against someone from La Crosse County, and that clerk would be then forced to perhaps defend themselves in court.
I'll have legislative counsel chime in on that, just so I understood adjoining county as well, so we'll have an opinion here.
So the provision does talk about venue being proper in any area that's covered by the office on the ballot. So I do read this to mean that if there's a statewide office on the ballot, that venue, could be proper in any county. There was another question regarding who could file a complaint with the Elections Commission. While it's true that the provision here in the bill in section 1 talks about any person, but it is any person who's authorized to file a complaint under sub 1. So it does have to be a voter of the jurisdiction or district served by that election official.
There's an amendment that clarifies that any county, there's an amendment to the bill that indicates it has to be an adjoining county. Are you referencing that amendment at all?
No, I'm sorry. I was just referencing the original bill language.
Well, you should look at the amendment because that corrects that.
So thank you, Senator and Chairwoman. I haven't seen an amendment either, and I think that would be good. So that's all I have on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Christensen? Hearing none, thank you for your time. You should be able to make your meeting as long as it's not across town.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Where are we at?
Senator Darling.
We're off to SB 210. We have Senator Darling and Representative Tittle to talk about election observer standards.
Madam Chairman, can we have Tom Silky testify because he's been waiting a long time and he has another commitment?
Okay, you have a senator deferring to you, sir. Thomas Silky, representing himself, is going to testify prior to Senator Darling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Silky. I'm here in my own capacity, but I was an attorney working at the recount in Milwaukee County for the 2020 election. I'm an attorney in the state of Wisconsin. I've been practicing law here since 1985. I've been a voter since 1978. I also served for about 7 years on the board of directors of WEDC and was the Senate private sector appointee and served at the pleasure of Senator Mark Miller and Senator Scott Fitzgerald. So it's a pleasure to be here and I appreciate the opportunity. Rather than prepare remarks and read those to you, I thought I would provide a little bit of background on what I saw during the recount and the follow-up afterward. I also testified on December 11th with regard to the election, and so I've already spoken to some of that. On the issue of funding, private funding to municipalities or to anyone conducting an election, I would respectfully refer the committee to Phil Klein's testimony on December 11th. He provided a very cogent explanation of how Mr. Zuckerberg's program worked, the effects that it had, and the consequences of that. I try to use analogies where I can, and you know, in a football game, if the Packers are playing the Raiders, we don't let the Raiders fan club buy vacations for the officiating crew, you know, and it's not because we say that the officiating crew will be corrupted or persuaded in one way, but it creates the appearance of impropriety. And I think that same standard is appropriate here. And I think that the injection of any kind of private funding into this process that's not uniformly applied to everyone in the state creates the appearance of impropriety. And rather than try to micromanage how that's handled, I think it's better to do what's done here. And that is, there's a blanket rule that affects everyone in the state equally, or it doesn't happen. And either one of those I'm okay with. It's been interesting to listen about observers as a voter. I've certainly seen observers. My father was a poll worker in the Milwaukee area for decades. And as somebody who worked on the recount intimately, I served as an attorney for the Trump campaign. And I was on the floor supervising the recount, or not supervising, but helping to monitor that. Observers are part of the infrastructure of our elections, just the way a voting machine is, just the way a table is, where your name is taken down and your ID is checked. To the extent that people are uncomfortable with that, it's kind of too bad because it's an integral part of every election. And they have to be, if you're going to have observers, they have to be able to observe. And if they cannot see what they need to see, then why have them there? I'm not going to go into that with regard to elections in detail, but with regard to the recount, I appreciate Mr. Christensen's comments, and I know he meant those sincerely, but I think he was wrong. I think that the Milwaukee recount created an adversarial environment, that people were treated in a way as observers that did not permit them to effectively observe what was happening. And moreover, for what it's worth, materials that the public was entitled to see as part of that recount were not provided. And namely the applications for absentee ballots, because it's impossible to gain a valid absentee ballot under Wisconsin law unless an application is written and it's filled out properly. And if you don't see the application, you have no idea whether the ballot you're looking at is a valid ballot. Mr. Christensen's explanation of the setup was pretty much accurate, and that is there was a yellow piece of tape on the floor 3 feet back from the table. Each table had a large plexiglass shield. And then the chair was positioned with the front feet of the chair on or immediately adjacent to the yellow line. You were allowed as an observer to sit on the chair and try to look at what was happening 3 feet away through the plexiglass at just about the same level as you were sitting. If you wanted to stand, however, you had to stand behind your chair. And if you wanted to move laterally to see what was happening with the other counter, you had to move your chair and keep your chair physically between you and the yellow line and the plexiglass barrier. And I'm sorry, that gets to the point of obstructing the observation process. And when people wanted to see absentee ballot envelopes and the ballots themselves, and they were looking at very fine print, they were looking to see whether ballots and the accompanying papers were filled out correctly. They were unable to see that in some circumstances. Now, to their credit, many of the counters were willing to accommodate requests to hold something up to the glass or to go more slowly, to do what was necessary to see things. But the fact is, with the plexiglass barrier, irrespective of the virus, you can hold it up to the glass. People should be able to stand within a foot and look, because there's no, whether it's the viral issue or just being able to see, observers need to be able to observe. And if they can't, then they're not fulfilling the function that's designated under the statute, and your will and the will of the people isn't being met. I'm disappointed in seeing agencies and institutions in the state. This legislature has the authority to define our election laws. The Election Commission can't change that validly. County clerks and other personnel can't change that validly. The Wisconsin Supreme Court can't change that validly, but they did. And the argument was, we're doing this because it's the right thing to do. I'm all in favor of making elections as accessible to anyone in this state as possible. But the rules and the laws have to be applied equally. You cannot have people giving you ad hoc instructions for how to complete the address of a witness, or what can be put on an envelope, what can't, or what times are available. There has to be consistency. And I realize that consistency and enforcement is not in any of the 4 bills that's before this committee, and I apologize for deviating from that agenda. But without consistent enforcement, you have different rules being applied to different areas of the state, and it's not fair to anyone. And I think that, for example, not allowing the injection of private money to allow it to infect our election process is critical, or to handle it properly. With respect to Act 210, any statute that can enable observers who are an integral part of the election process to observe what they need to observe is appropriate. And I think that, and this is my personal opinion, but I think that the comments that have been made about observers trying to snag personal identification information or banking information, I think those are fictions. I think those are being put up as a way to scare people, and I don't think they hold any water. If you're nervous about producing the identification necessary to vote in an election, take it up with your representatives in the government, and then you have to decide whether it's worth the risk. I vote in person. I think I've only voted absentee once. I turn over my ID. Yes, the person looking at that, or the 2 people in my voting area, see my address, they see personal information. It's more important for me to vote and to have that vote counted, and to have that vote counted legitimately and fairly. And I think that some of the so-called concerns that have been voiced about things like the observation distance and so forth, I'm sorry, I don't believe those. So those are more personal comments. As an attorney, I have my own views. I will say what I said before in December, and that is Wisconsin law is very clear. And ironically, Mike Haas, who was one of the advocates of perverting the law, as far as I'm concerned, in this last election, wrote a very interesting memo that all of us got who worked on the recount. And it said, when you vote in person, we will do everything we can to discern your intent and to make sure that your vote is counted, even if you don't follow the instructions correctly. But if you vote as an absentee voter, you will be held to the strict letter of the law, and any deviation from what the law states will mean that your ballot is not valid. That's the risk you take when you vote absentee, but not this last time. This last time, that specific statutory provision was ignored and people were allowed to ad lib. And they were supported by government officials and some of that, and it was verified by the Wisconsin Supreme Court, unfortunately. So, sorry, it's a little bit emotional as well, because this is too critical to not do it correctly.
I get it. Any questions? Go ahead, Senator Strobel.
Thanks for testifying, Mr. Silky. Appreciate it. Regarding SB 207, the private money influencing elections bill, as I was saying, the other fellow, there's two components of it. There's the money being distributed per capita, but there also seemed to be a concern about the bill prohibits the appointment of any poll worker who is an employee of the following. So, an employee is a very specifically defined type of person. And it goes on and it says, here's the employees that are prohibited from being a poll worker: a candidate committee, legislative campaign committee, political action committee, independent expenditure committee, political party recall committee, or referendum committee, a political organization required to register with the Federal Elections Commission, or an issue advocacy group. So if you're an employee of one of those groups, this bill would prohibit you from being a poll worker. Do you see that targeted group of people from being precluded from being poll workers? Do you see that as a major obstacle to obtaining poll workers at our elections?
No, I don't see it as an obstacle. Anytime, and again, I'm kind of falling back on my training as an attorney, anytime the legislature enumerates something, you may leave something out, you may include something inadvertently that you don't intend to, and there are rules for how that's interpreted. I think that I certainly learned by volunteering to work in the recount. And I worked in several capacities as an attorney, both on the floor, as well as with observers, as well as with the panel in front of the Milwaukee County Election Commission. People will find a way to participate. And if they're that intimately involved with a campaign or with a group that would, again, create the appearance of impropriety, I don't see any reason why they cannot be excluded. And if you all find that that's overly restrictive or not restrictive enough, the legislature can make changes. And so as a starting point, I don't have any problem with that, subject to your evaluation of it after one or two elections to see if it's really workable and if it's appropriate.
And I only ask that because I know you've been around a lot of elections and would know what the environment is there. So thank you.
And for what it's worth, I know everybody lives in a different area. They have different people that they interface with. I've never had, when I'm voting, I don't know who the observers are, who the poll workers are. There are people walking around. There are people seated at tables. I'm there to vote. I try to be private when I'm casting my ballot and when I'm marking it and inserting it in the machine. But those people are all there serving a function. And for the process to work, they all have to be able to perform their duties. And I'm not going to be intimidated by somebody standing that far away or that far away from my executing my right as a voter. Again, you just have to weigh what's important to you and then move ahead.
Thank you. Any other questions? I always defer to my committee before I spout off.
Before the real grilling starts.
Yeah. No, there's not a lot here. Do you see the conundrum? So I've been through the State Elections Board, the Government Accountability Board, and the Wisconsin Election Commission. So I understand all the changes and the constant kind of change, which frustrates election officials. And I also recognize the challenge here with Wisconsin Election Commission staff having to carry out previous guidance and policy when they end up getting a 3-3 tie on the commission, or they just haven't gotten to that issue to bring forward to the commission. So there's some growing pains here, clearly. Have you experienced that? Do you have a comment on that as far as past guidance and working with the election commission as it is right now? Maybe you've experienced all three.
I'd like to be more thoughtful about it. I'll let you know what I think off the top of my head right here. I feel like the commissioners are tasked with making decisions and implementing what the legislature, the authority that the legislature gives them, and the responsibilities. I don't know how much influence the staff has on that. The staff is not appointed to those positions, and they don't have the authority to do that. Now, perhaps their interactions with the commissioners affect that, but it's decisions by the Wisconsin Election Commission and the Milwaukee County Elections Commission, the two entities that I kind of bumped up against working on the recount, showed me that there was a, I'm not going to ascribe some sort of intent to it, but there was an inability or an unwillingness to just say what the statute says and say you follow it or you don't. And when you don't follow it, the ballot's invalid, period. It's not open to interpretation by a commissioner. And I served at WEDC under the GAB regime. I don't envy any of those people those jobs because they get put in tough situations, but we're not getting thoughtful guidance from some of those people in some of these situations. It's driven by political bias, and sometimes it's driven by a desire to do more than they're authorized to do. You know, they want to help people. They want to try to make the situation work better. But sometimes you got to play within the rules. You know, the field is only 100 yards long and you got to play on that field. And the commission seemed to, in some situations, go beyond the field that they're allowed to play on. I'm not sure if that's responsive to your question.
I think it is. You know, we, the legislature, I've been through this rodeo numerous times trying to articulate and change and focus the intent of the law from special voting deputies and the facilities in which they have, you know, provide services. And, you know, it's kind of a nonstop deal. And so we will continue, which I've explained to media over and over again. The legislature fine-tuning election law is not new. We do it every couple of years because we find out that there's unintended consequences or that something is just not hitting the mark, such as contributions by third-party entities, which nobody saw coming. So I get that. Do you believe that maybe the name tags that are given to people who are observers, what would you suggest we do when we have too many people all trying to observe at the same place? Granted, that doesn't happen often. I would rather have my party representation being poll workers than observers, in my opinion. But so if we have too many people wanting to observe in the same spot, what would you suggest? And do you believe that just your name should be on the name tag and maybe a number and not the party affiliation, so that like there's not certain attitudes towards one or the other?
I'm not sure, as long as the officials who are conducting the election process in that room or that facility know who the observers are, I'm not sure anybody else has to know who they are or what their name is or what their affiliation is. You want to make sure they're validly or legitimately participating in that role.
Mhm.
But once they've been signed in or okayed or, whatever that process is on election day, I'm not sure that anybody, the poll workers don't wear name tags. I don't think. I haven't looked before, but I'm not sure why the observers should. I just think it creates additional fodder for disagreements or polarization. And the person is there just the way the machine is there, just the way the voting table is there, just the way the pens are there, the ballots. They are part of the process. They're part of that infrastructure. And as long as they've been validly brought into that, it may be that everybody who's working in the poll that day, poll workers, observers, all of those folks should just have a sticker that they put on their lapel that's, a green dot that just says, I'm validly here. And you don't need to worry about what my role is. And then you have to be willing to trust people to do their job properly.
Well, I can see a purpose for the name, because if anybody has a question, I mean, after all, we're observing the names of the people coming in to vote. So I don't have a problem with the name. It's the party affiliation that seems to get everybody's dander up. So rather than saying Kay Bernier, Republican, or, and Durkop, Dem, maybe we just need a first initial, last name, and that with a tag that we are official observers and not necessarily the party affiliation. That was what I was kind of driving at.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think that as long as we know that they're validly there, that's all people have to know, is that there will not be people observing what's going on who are not an election official, poll worker, observer, what have you. And, we don't ask the poll workers to indicate that's not really on point, but.
Yeah, their information is fully available to the municipal clerk.
Yeah.
And
I agree. I think the less information people have that they can base a decision of whether they agree with somebody or not, the better off we all are.
yeah. And what if there's too many people all in one spot?
Oh, I think that if it gets crowded, there's no reason why you need more than one observer from each party or each side, what have you. And if there are too many people crowding around, during the recount, we had issues that came up, and you might have 2 or 3 lawyers. Someone goes and finds somebody, and we have 5 people standing there, and we would just try to disperse because you don't need that many people to achieve the function you're performing. So, you want to rely on people, and maybe you just have an observer who's designated as the primary observer for a given party. And if there are too many people there, everybody else from that party leaves, and you're allowed one observer to participate in.
So we have to allow the chief inspector to make some, decisions there. Okay.
Right. I think so.
I think so too. Anyone else? Hearing none, thank you for visiting
Thank you.
with
I
us
appreciate it.
today.
I apologize for going out of line, but I have a 6:30.
Well, I
commitment.
might have went out of line too.
All the best people do. Thank you very much.
Tittle's laughing. He thinks so too. Okay, we're back to Representative and Senator Darling and Representative Tittle, who are going to testify on the things we've been talking about all afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're very happy to be here to talk about SB 210. And this has been a very interesting session, and I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. You were in the education hearing as I chaired it, and we unfortunately had to miss a lot of the discussion, but I heard it was very lively and interesting. And I think my bill, or our bill, will be much more simple, but maybe since the last couple of comments we heard, maybe nothing simple about elections. Anyway, what SB 210 does is it provides uniform standards for election observers. And what our bill tries to do is protect election observers and poll workers. During the December joint hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the inappropriate behavior of many and the tensions that were created. And this bill tries to clarify the uniform standards for those observers. What it does is it protects, it says basically that the standard should be uniform and non-discriminatory, and there should be access to the election process. And I think Tom Silky brought out a really good point. This really works on election integrity. And as you read the polls after this last election, a lot of people did not feel that there's a lot of integrity in our elections. And that's unfortunate. So I think the laws and the bills you're bringing up are very important to establish voter election integrity and voter confidence. So I thank you for bringing these bills to the fore. An election observer cannot interfere with any voter. And I know that many people are really concerned about what the role really is, but they can't interfere with anybody, and especially the voter. And what we're talking about is a clarification of what the observers can do. So to that point, I know that there's been concern about the distance. The observer, we want uniform standards. So the observer, the bill says they have to stand 3 feet in terms of observation. Our amendment, and because people have mentioned a lot of the things that you have mentioned, our amendment says that only the recounts have to be within 3 feet. And I think that's important. Our law is based on North Dakota's law, and it seems that they have had a lot of good process with their election integrity. So this amendment that you're going to be getting to, as I said, requires 3 feet or less observation area only for the recounts, and creates a $500 fine for election officials who impede access for observers. And that comes out of the hearing that we had in December. Many people said that they felt that they were harassed by election officials, and they felt that that wasn't appropriate. And that's what we were trying to clarify. And also the amendment clarifies that the name tag is not considered a campaign attire. And what the name tag does, as you said, and we seem to have some question about what that name tag should say, but right now it has the name of the person, their affiliation, and I think that question is up for discussion. But Representative Tittle, do you want to add to the discussion?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Darling. I appreciate everything that you've done, and I've enjoyed working on this bill with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, essentially what it does is it changes the observation, like Senator said, for 3 feet for ballots, applications, and other election materials only during recounts. This change would reassure voters from both parties that there's full transparency to our elections. It's clear that 8 feet or more is quite far, even for the perfect vision. Election observers testifying during the legislative hearings following the November election indicated that they were not even close enough to see the ballots or to see the proper markings on the ballot. SB 210 establishes uniform standards for observers, and for like the 2020 recount in Milwaukee and Madison, they had actually 2 different sets of standards, and that just shouldn't be. Uniform standards would give voters throughout the state a greater assurance that their elections are run uniformly and they're with great respect for observers. In addition, the bill would provide a penalty. Now picture this. Now everybody knows that I got the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit bill passed through the Assembly and the Senate, and a lot of people like that. Now, can you imagine this? Imagine if we had speed limits, but then the police had no way to enforce that, or they had no consequences for their actions. We teach our children from a very young age that, listen, if you do something wrong, you're going to have consequences for your actions. So what this does is it adds a consequence for somebody that does not abide by Wisconsin laws. And I think that's proper, and I think that's appropriate. Incidentally, the Wisconsin Municipal Clerks Association has registered in favor for this. And I think that's a key that that the people that are running the elections, municipal clerks, are in favor of this. And I don't think it's a burden on anyone. And I think I would urge that the governor would sign it. This is not groundbreaking. This is not, earth shattering stuff for Wisconsin. This is just trying to abide by the laws and making sure that our laws have consequences if you don't follow. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for these esteemed colleagues?
I know it's just save the best for last.
Well, you were so clear in your presentation that we get it. We fully understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's kind of a relief.
Or there's nobody left.
Thank you for your testimony. Although we do have, when you take your seat, Senator Darling, Deb Moran will be on the line to speak in favor as well. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
all right. Deb, are you out there?
Yes, I'm right here. And actually, unfortunately, I'm speaking against this bill in its current form. And the reason is I've been observing elections since 2008. That's when I started. And I started observing elections in the city of Milwaukee. Most of my observing of elections are in larger municipalities. And in these contested or big elections, the presidential election, the governor's election, there are a lot of observers that come in. Political parties send in attorneys from other states that don't know our election laws, and they come in, and some of them are pretty forceful in their role as observers, and they pretty much insert themselves into the process. I've observed this, and I have notes on it, and I've documented it, so I'm not, stating that something that someone told me. These are from my experience. And I see that sometimes from a clerk's perspective, I understand when they say, we're trying to conduct an election here, you're supposed to be observing, please just observe. And then on the other hand, I see where sometimes they don't want observers because they feel like they're trying to be, the observers are trying to catch them at something that they're doing wrong. So that it makes them nervous to have observers around. I know this is a real sticky issue. I know that it's difficult in these larger municipalities. My experience in some of these is that when you have a lot of people standing around in these polling places in these large cities, there are people there that are not registered as observers, and those seem to be the ones that might be a problem, and the registered observers are not. I know in this last election, I observed during in-person absentee during COVID. At the place I was observing, there were places because of COVID for 2 observers. A political party had an out-of-state observer come at the beginning of the day and take his seat and stayed at this place the entire day looking at his phone. And there was 1 seat left over for anyone else who wanted to use it. He would not give up his seat. He just occupied that seat. And it was okay with the people that were running the elections. And the process was divided, and it was in a library, so it was in 2 different rooms. And I stayed in one of the rooms and observed that part of the process, but I wanted to see the other part of it. And I waited for a long time, and I finally needed to ask if I could please go into the other room and take that seat, and then that gentleman could come and observe back in the other area. So there are some problems with observers being able to see the whole thing. And when you are trying to respect the process and make sure that things are running well for the voters, it's a two-edged sword. I've been told that I'm asking too many questions sometimes, and other times I've been asked to stay and to observe. So it's different. But I think that some changes could be made. I've noticed in other states that they have observers that are from the state that could challenge electors, where observers from outside the state could not challenge electors. And maybe we wouldn't need as many of those because, we could just be observing as citizens of the state of Wisconsin or give them priority. But there's a lot of things that we could improve on this bill more things, and I see that you're trying to make it, I think you said it was not groundbreaking or earth-shattering, so maybe you just want to take this in baby steps. But I think there's more things that need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? That's interesting that we would maybe consider official state observers have preference over out-of-state observers. Something to think about. I think we're going to go. Deb, are you going to stay on the line through the end?
Yes, I plan to.
Okay. Then I will. I have some information from Megan. She's watching and she's got the exact quotes written for us. And I would like to read them just so, and then you don't have to look it up and we'll have it precisely right. So next we're going to follow. Madeline. I can't read your writing ever.
I'll pronounce it. It's Melissa.
Melissa, Opportunity Solutions Project is going to speak in favor. Welcome again, Madeline. I was wondering why you were sitting back there so intently.
You know, I was listening very intently to the conversation, and I appreciate again the opportunity to testify. And I apologize, I would have testified in favor of all 207, 210, and 213 at once. But again, just for purposes of legislative record here, Chairwoman Bernier and Vice Chairwoman Darling and members of the committee, again, my name is Madeline Melissa, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Opportunity Solution Project. Again, we work on program integrity issues across the country, and we are working on election integrity, which is why I'm sitting before your committee today. I'm testifying first in support of Senate Bill 210. Many people, when they heard the terms equipment testing, absentee voting in person, canvassing, elector appeals, vote tabulation recounts, their eyes glaze over. However, everyone in this committee room understands how critical these processes are to the foundation of our democracy. This bill would protect the rights of election observers during the election process by expanding the observation area. Briefly, ensuring poll watchers have access throughout the election process is critical for both election transparency, security, and of course, voter confidence. This has been an issue throughout the country. Perhaps some of you have read the cases in both Pennsylvania and Michigan, highly publicized about poll watchers being denied access to vote counting. In order to increase transparency and security, legislatures across the country are also making a variety of changes, including the Texas Senate, who passed a similar election security bill last week, which also entitles observers to sit or stand near enough to see and hear the election activity. Other states are increasing transparency through secure drop boxes with 24/7 surveillance and requiring live streaming of ballot counting centers. And one way to accomplish this is to make sure that all drop boxes are in state government buildings, which typically, of course, have video surveillance. Under Senate Bill 210, election observers will have uniform and non-discriminatory access to the election process, increasing security and transparency in elections, and Wisconsin voters should feel that their elections are fair, honest, and transparent, and observer access is a key provision to making sure that they do. And I'd also like to speak in support of Senate Bill 213, which increases the ability for voters to hold election officials accountable for violating the law. When voters lose trust, of course, in the election process, they lose confidence in election outcomes. And those who agree that election officials who administer the election process with integrity are crucial, and those who agree that ensuring the fundamental right to vote is protected, will both agree that this bill provides two good changes to Wisconsin law, which we've discussed today. First, a voter who believes that an election official has violated the law can now commence an election to test the validity of an election official's action without first filing a complaint with the Election Commission. This makes the process easier for voters to take action when they are concerned about the conduct of elections. Second, the bill expands what venue is proper for complaints against election officials. And as we've discussed right now, in order to file a complaint against an election official, the voter must be a resident of the jurisdiction or district served by that official. So this bill expands venue to include any county within the area covered by an office on the ballot. Again, for reference, we've worked on these issues of election official accountability across the country. Briefly, I can just offer the committee some perspective on how other states are handling these issues. We've seen quite a bit of legislative focus this session on deterring bad actors by increasing or enacting civil penalties, which include removal from office and/or civil or criminal penalties when an official knowingly violates election law. This session, Minnesota, Michigan, Iowa, Texas, Alaska, Florida, and New Jersey are either considering or have passed similar bills with enhanced penalties. Senate Bill 213 here in Wisconsin provides a common sense approach to ensuring that election officials are accountable for following the law. There is much, of course, at stake in the details of carrying out elections, and this bill is a good step towards restoring voter confidence in the election process, making it harder to cheat. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate being before the committee today. I know it's been a long session, so thanks for sticking in here to hear my testimony.
You are very welcome. It's been my life for the last 3 days. So I'm getting really used to it. Any questions of this? No?
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Yeah, he's a little printer. So we have registrations here. Matt Rothschild, Wisconsin Democracy Campaign, registering against. Mary Tori, City of Madison, registering against. Claire Woodall, City of Milwaukee, registering against. Brenda Wood, City of Milwaukee, registering against. Senator Strobel, registering in favor. In regard to SB 213, we have Mary Bottari, City of Madison, registering against. Sarah Cheney, representing herself, registering against on Senate Bill 213.
Senator Strobel will go up and testify in 213.
Oh, am I going beyond? I overdid it. So,
Still haven't testified on 213.
yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna do the registrations and it's out of order, so it's odd, but I've already started. So George Christensen, Milwaukee County Clerk, registered against SB 213. Matt Rothschild, Wisconsin Democracy Campaign, registering against SB 213. So Senator Strobel and Representative Brooks is not here. So you can go up and register on 213 and you already know the registrations against it. Awesome.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sure, good. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Where do I want to start? Cut out some of this stuff. Okay, as we know, our legislator has spent a whole lot of time writing laws, deliberating, passing election bills. And it certainly is important that the people involved in our elections follow these laws, right? So when election laws are violated, it's important that a speedy remedy be applied to that situation. So under current law, anyone who is not a district attorney or an attorney or the attorney general must file a complaint over election law violations with the Wisconsin Elections Commission. The commission then has a 5-day period to review the complaint and determine whether or not to conduct an investigation. Final disposition may take weeks. All the while, critical time elapses, deadlines potentially are missed, and possible remedies made unworkable due to events. Only after the commission finishes an investigation may a party with a complaint then take their concerns to the judicial system. SB 213 leaves intact the complaint and investigation process at the Elections Committee. That route will still be available for those who wish to use it. It only removes the mandate that all complaints be routed through the commission before a legal remedy is sought in court, and potentially may delay the opportunity for that person to seek due process. The second thing this bill does is expand from one, the number of district attorneys who may prosecute election law violations. In elections for offices that span county boundaries or are for statewide office, the impact of election law violations expands beyond the jurisdiction of a single prosecutor. An improper or illegal election process negatively impacts everyone in the district served by the office being sought. That same is true of an illegally cast ballot. The process is diminished and legally cast ballots are diluted. That is why SB 213, with the introduced amendment, that is why under current law, it allows certain election violations to be prosecuted by the district attorney of that county in which the violation occurred. If the election is statewide or crosses boundary lines, this also now, as amended, SB 213, allows the DA of a county within the district, but adjacent to the county in which the alleged violation occurred, they can now prosecute. So again, if there's something that went on in Milwaukee and there's an election that pertains to an elected official between Milwaukee and Ozaukee County, if the DA in Ozaukee County, an adjacent county, he then can prosecute those violations of election law that may have occurred in Milwaukee County. I mean, still go through the judicial process. That DA has to make his case, but that person has the ability to prosecute that in an adjoining county. This does not permit just any Tom, Dick, or Harry to do that. Any constituent can only pursue election law, violations of election law within their own county that they reside. This only applies to a DA in an adjoining county. So for example, I just went through the example, I guess. Then I already read that. I won't bother reading that again. So it's important to note that only election law violations are subject to this bill. This bill does not apply to campaign finance matters or criminal statutes. So that's what this bill does. Just to review again, it allows the ability for anyone other than a district attorney or an attorney general to circumvent WEC, to have another option to go right to adjudicate this through the courts. Or again, if it's an election that goes beyond county borders, that only a DA in an adjacent county could pursue and prosecute violations of the law that affected the constituents in that DA's home county. That's the bill.
Okay, sounds pretty simple. Any questions of Senator Strobel? Do we still have our people in internet land? Oh, Senator Smith, I see you. Okay, all right, so any questions for Senator Strobel? Hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So. Okay, so it's my mission to clarify some things here. Because you know what, when it comes to elections and election administration, we seem to get all sorts of information that may or may not be true, and we hear things and we tend to accept them as fact. So here's the testimony of Megan Wolf at the March 31st Elections Committee hearing. Hiring and consulting for elections departments, just like a finance department or a parks department, is subject to home rule. And the municipal governance structure of each city, town, and village, like a street department, may bring in seasonal help or a consulting engineer for a major project. Clerks are also able to determine within their municipal authorization hierarchy if they need additional assistance or expertise to address a new challenge. That is current within the current law, and that is precisely what Megan's testimony was. In addition, she also pointed out her authority specifically is delegated to her by the commission to grant exceptions. We were talking about the paper ballot that she authorized. That authority was given to her by the commission. Attached is a list, and she attached a list of what she is authorized to do by the commission. It's section 2 sub B in the attachment, is the commission giving her that authority. In terms of the paper ballot exemptions, I'm then required to report it out to the commission at their next meeting. And that is what she did when she reported out the authorization for that particular paper ballot. So perception isn't always 100% accurate. And I know as legislators, we're getting all sorts of information about election processes, procedures, ballots that were sent that really weren't sent, and all sorts of things. And I just think it's important for us to weed through fact from fiction and make sure that when we say something or listen to something and take away, that we have the precise facts. And I like to go directly to the person we're talking about to make sure that we fully understand.
Senator Bernier, this is
Yes.
Debbie Moran. May I speak?
Sure.
Okay, so I am addressing what you just said, and I'm addressing the fact that I did not have any concern with what Megan Wolf said with the home rule, making people or clerks being able to hire their own people. What you had chastised me on was the fact that I pointed out things have really changed in 10 years. 10 years ago, WEC staff was warning the clerks in an email, in a memo that I can produce because it's on their website, warning them to not take any advice or be careful taking advice from third-party groups. Here is the other parts of Megan Wolf's written testimony for the March 31st hearing. And I quote, "Secondly, nothing in state law prohibits the use of consultants by municipal or county clerks. Local officials are always looking for ways to improve efficiency and service to their communities. So it is not uncommon for them to look for best practices and expertise in Wisconsin and around the United States." In one email chain, the city of Milwaukee shared its positive experiences working with Hillary Hall, a former local election official associated with the Vote at Home Institute, to help them identify areas to consider when processing an unprecedented number of absentee ballots. Other states have had experience adapting their equipment and procedures for a higher volume of absentee by vote. Changes that in those states happened over years, and in our state needed to happen in weeks and months. WEC's knowledge of Vote at Home was only that there were former election officials who may be available to discuss these changes with other local election officials. End quote.
Okay, I get it.
Okay, so what I'm saying is 10 years ago, they said, be careful. And now 10 years later, they're saying, go ahead and get the best practices. I did not make a value judgment that was wrong. I'm just saying times have changed in 10 years. That was it. That's all I'd said.
It's perception of her saying, go ahead and do it. I didn't get that out of her statement. It is what we did as county clerks, and what we did as municipal clerks, because we have that latitude to do it in the way elections are set up in the state of Wisconsin. I don't think she gave a value judgment on whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. It's just what we have the legal authority to do. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Meeting adjourned.